Says howdy.
Hey, what's going on?
Says how you doing?
I'm doing well, just doing my thing. Trying to get this correct. All that good stuff, so it's good, what's good, what's good, what's good, what's good, what's good. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome. My name is Artexrtic, and today we're going to be doing some artwork, alongside I'm probably doing some reactions. Maybe. We'll see. Hope everyone's having an awesome day. Okay, get out of the way. There we go. Just gotta do our job. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. so damn quiet. Damn. You must be bots. I swear to God. You're so damn quiet. Oh wait, I forgot. Okay, there we go. Forgot that YouTube and Twitch. Okay.
Hi Teach, how are you?
Hey Emmy, how are you, hon? I'm doing well. How's life going?
Emmy. I'm sick.
No! No, poor Emma. Poor MM. I'm so sorry about that, hon. Well, I hope you feel better. I hope it's not too bad. I'm hoping. I hope it's not that bad. Be up and running again. Okay, like that, put the leg back here. Now, as we're doing the sketch, we're not trying to be super accurate right now. We're just trying to get the conveying the idea
Emmy,
of what's happening. And then
I made my dad buy me Gatorade. I've also been drinking orange juice.
Okay, I thought when you mentioned Gatorade, I thought you was gonna mention that what do you call it? What was it called? It was a disgusting Gatorade that was making its rounds on TikTok. I forgot what it was called. I totally forgot what it was called. Oh, it was cucumber. That was it. It was making its rounds on TikTok. I thought he was gonna say that. I was like, no, everyone to the dark side. No, not the cucumber flavor. I think it was cucumber flavor. I was about to say.
Thank you, Roman Noodles, for following.
Thank you, Robin Noodles, for the follow. I appreciate it very much so. Okay, like that. Gatorade. I don't remember the last time I had a Gatorade. It's been like ages.
I don't even know what that is, the cucumber flavor.
Yeah, if you look it up on TikTok, you'll see what I'm talking about. You should type in these memes and jokes about it. It made its rounds on TikTok for a good time. I don't think anyone talks about it anymore. But you should check it out.
Flynn Vassance. Join the Artex Empire. We have the chocolate chip cookies.
Chocolate chip. I wonder if that ever did work. We have chocolate chips, so. Hello, Bri. What's going on, bro?
Hello?
Legs are way too wide. Weirdly wide.
Emmy. I wish you can eat cookies, but it's too rough on my throat. Loudly crying face.
Cookies.
Emmy.
Aww.
Hi.
It's okay. It will be a-okay, Em. It will be a-okay. Sorry to hear that, though. Oh, that cookie. Try the cookie. I'm hungry myself. I'm so hungry.
Flynn Vassens. We also have ice cream.
Ice cream! What about the ice cream? Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna do some reactions today. Okay, the turning of the stone. Hold on. Okay, and then
Emmy. What kind of ice cream?
yeah, what kind of ice cream are we serving out here? That's a good question. What kind of ice cream are we serving out here? I think I'm gonna take Rocky Road, to be honest.
Says hi, hello.
Hello. Hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. How are you?
Flynn Vassens. All of the above. AKA everything the McDonald's one has and more. And our ice cream maker is not
Says
broken.
I'm sleepy as heck.
Are we
How
out
are
here
you?
stealing from? Are we out here stealing from McDonald's alongside having no broken ice cream, insulting at the same time? I'm doing well. Just trying to get back into. Oh, what's that? Oh, thank you, Leslie. I think it's Leslie. Hey, Leslie. I see you there with the stickers. I appreciate it. Thank you. Leslie, I think I said it right. Leslie. Too stiff. Not really too stiff. So.
Emmy. Did you know that the McDonald's works JSA the match?
Did you know that McDonald's works just a
Emmy.
match?
Ignore that.
Okay. Felt like a typo. It felt like a typo. 7.
Emmy. The workers say the machine is broken. BC they don't want to put the ice cream in it.
Is it really a thing? Why is it always broken? Like over my years, I never really asked for the ice cream stuff around McDonald's. Is it always broken? Okay, like that.
Emmy. My brother asked his friend who worked at McDonald's and told him the bag of ice cream is too heavy.
Why do I feel like that's an ice cream joke more than it is an explanation?
Emmy. That's why the machine is always broken.
Okay. I see. Why pay for this? Like, I don't understand.
Flynn Vassens. Nah, they just need to be strong like me, lol.
What I don't understand is, like, even if
Says what kind of tablet is that?
XePen E22, link in bio. I'm kind of wondering, like, what is the point of keeping the ice cream thing alive when when everyone complains about the ice cream not working? What's the point keeping it? I don't see the point. They just do it for the memes? Is that what that is? Shit.
Flynn Vassens. Memes.
Oh, that's a weird business strategy. Okay. Ugh. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Flynn Vassance. Can you play the song Moonrise by Moon Nuge?
On.
She's the district attorney who protected children from sexual predators. She's the attorney general who stood up to the big banks to protect homeowners and won. The senator who fought to defend a woman's right to make her own medical
Shut the
decisions.
fuck up.
Emmy. I love Fruit Punch Gatorade.
Fruit punch? Oh, fruit punch Gatorade. They may have fruit punch one? I know they may have fruit punch one. I didn't know they made one. Come on. Bum 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 bum.
Flynn Bassets. Can you play Hero from One Punch Man but by Nate Wants to Battle?
Alright.
Says beautiful.
Thank you.
Two years ago, I lost the light of my life. Fentanyl killed my beautiful daughter. Brianna's gone.
Says yo.
Yo, hell, Ice is going on. Oh, let's see. Hello, Rengoku, what's going on, bro? Wonderful art, thank you. Try my best.
Flynn Vassens. Out of curiosity, do you think that song is based on Saitama's point of view on his world?
Are you talking about the lyrics in the song? Yes. To a certain extent. I don't think Saitama really cares about glory or fame. His concern is to find a worthy opponent to fight. So yes, to a certain extent. What is the hardest thing to draw? Anything that you have difficulty with. So like anything that's the hardest thing is the thing that you can't draw. I don't think there's a particular thing that is hard to draw. It just takes enough practice. It's all about what you're into and what you practice.
Beanbag.
Nice, mine is
Hi,
hands.
Teach.
I see. Well, hands is not as. Hands are hard, but like they're not as hard as you may think. So what I mean by this is that I had to force myself to practice drawing hands thousands of times. Now, drawing hands is just another body part to me now. Oops, a little too high on that. Shouldn't see most of that. Okay. Hi, Bean. Like that. And then make sure that the finger I'll have them be more closer together. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. Make this finger a little bit more close. There we go. There's a little bit too much of a gap here, so that's kind of strange. So if I grab this, turn it a little bit more closer. Up there. So that means you have to fix this part. And pull this over here a little more. Okay. Hold on.
This is by...
Nope. Nope. Where's... Oh, there it is.
Says hi, bride. Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hello.
Forgot my wallet.
I'm Matt Cartwright. I approve this message. It's a hard
Says it
time
being
for
Matt.
so
Hi, Bean.
many across this country. People are hurting. That's why I fought to cap insulin at $35, along with out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. I'll fight and take on Wall Street and the greedy corporations that gouge us. I fight all of them because I work for you.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, let me see.
Flynn Vassens. The FitnessGram trademark pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds.
The 20-meter pacer test.
Feedback for setting what I'm currently.
I don't know how that became even a thing, like a real like meme. Mine is hand, so really, I draw on a book. That's good. Good. Oh, it's always good to go traditional before you go digital.
Says it beanbag MMM delicious. Says it right close was very yummy. Says I could eat it forever. It's filling every time. Says and sweet.
I'm doing just a random drawing. I'm not drawing anything. Have a great day. You too, bro. Thank you, Ren. I appreciate it.
Flynn Vassens. It's Tinkerbell from Peter Pan.
Funny.
Flynn Vassens. Did you know that Captain Hook is actually the good guy in Peter Pan?
Oh, you're talking about that? Are you talking about based on the Netflix version, or are you just saying in general because he was trying to be one of the Lost Boys and then he kicked him out because he wanted to go back home?
Flynn Vassence. In general.
Well, based on what I know is that I think they said that Peter, he was one of the Lost Boys or something, and apparently Peter wasn't too happy with the fact that he wanted to go
Flynn
back home.
Vassence. Peter Pan kidnapped children.
Pretty much.
Flynn Vassence. Then committed a war crime by making child soldiers.
Well, child soldiers. I don't know about this one. Enlighten me.
Flynn Vassence. The lost children are trained guerrilla fighters.
That's considered a war crime? I know it's not good, but that will be labeled under war crime?
Emmy. I'm gonna go. I'm getting tired.
Alright, how
See
can
you
I,
soon.
Emmy? Thank you for coming, I appreciate it.
Flynn Vassence. Again they are child soldiers lol.
That's crazy. Never give up a time.
Flinvascence. I won't get into the history of it since that's associated with select eras of not so past history.
Like there is not so fast. I got you.
Flinvascence. Can you play Brand New World from One Piece?
Alright. All the way. All the way.
Says sing. Says yo.
Hey Ice, what's going on?
Says voice like Beyonce. Says Artextric higher. Says it bright for close I bright.
Oh snap! Thank you for subbing. Hey, Souls! Hey Souls, what's going on, brother? How you been, dude? You've been doing well. Hey, y'all?
Flynn
Okay,
Vassins.
there we go.
Have you seen the new Berserk Memorial Edition anime that is dubbed?
No, I have not. I'll need to find time to look at that later. I'll look at time for that later. Let's see. Like that. Now, what we're gonna do. Got this. Turn this like this. Okay.
Flynn Vassins. It's better than the original in my opinion.
Really? That might be fighting words for some people. That's fighting words, I don't know. Some people might find that very blasphemous.
Flynn Vassens. When this song finishes, can you play the opening for that anime I just mentioned?
The Berserk one?
Flynn Vassens. Yeah.
Give me the name of it.
Flynn Vassens. It's different than the original version.
Yeah, what's the name of it?
Says be back later. I watch it alone.
Okay.
Says that are Nietzsche, yes man.
Flynn Vassens. Sent a link in the chat.
Yeah, that's not gonna show. You just tell me the name.
Thank you, Foolish, for following.
Thank you, Foolish.
Ironica. If there's something you need to send Artextric, please DM a mod. Flynn Vassens. Berserk Memorial Edition Opening Forces.
Okay.
Flynn Vassens. It's a song, Aaron.
The loss is staggering. Over 4,000 Pennsylvanians die each year from fentanyl. nearly all of it starting in China. And while law enforcement and grieving families see a killer, Dave McCormick saw a way to...
Artextric. OKs. It needs to be placed in YouTube for song request BC TikTok won't do it. Artextric. The chats don't support links. Flynn Vassens. I forgot that it is just one of them, the other one is just the opening.
Is this it or not?
Says hi, Pete.
Flynn Vassens.
Hello,
It's the
Luna.
intro for episode 2.
Hi, go. So this is not the song? How you doing, hon?
Flynn Vassens. Try the Golden Age arc next.
Says I'm good. Says it right, little Steve Rod.
You know what? Hold on.
Flynn Vassens. The Golden Age arc is the one I was thinking of.
So what's the name of that?
It's time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Here we are driving down the road, and all of a sudden, bang! There's a crack in our windshield. You know.
Flynn Vassens. It's literally Berserk Memorial Edition Golden Age arc opening.
This is the epic metal version. Will this suffice?
Says, how are you?
I'm doing well, just trying to... I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. Wow.
Flynn Vassance. Sure. Wasn't the one I thought it was, but sure LOL.
So this one says... Berserk ODST Forces Golden Age Memorial Metal Cover.
Flynn Vassance. That's not it either LOL.
No, I know that's what but that's what it says. That's what I'm saying to you. Let's read this one then.
Flynn Vassance. That's it?
What have you been doing, Luna? What have you been working on? Is that it? What the hell? Guess that's it.
Says, been working on a tattoo idea for a friend.
Okay. Nice to hear that. Nice
Flynn
to hear
Vassance.
that.
Yep, that's it. That's the intro you hear the most.
Okay.
She's the district attorney, who protected children from sexual predators.
Says what's wrong.
She's the Attorney General who stood up to the big banks to protect homeowners and won.
You can say it.
She fought to defend a woman's right to make her own medical decisions. And the Vice President who fought to cap the price of insulin at $35 a month. As America turns the page, Kamala is ready. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Says what's wrong.
Believe it or not, I spend most of my
Just do
time
your paint.
actually writing. Grammarly's AI features help me save so much time. One of the AI features I love is the rewrite feature. It can help you rephrase the entire thing.
Says thanks. Says that he'll click studio paint.
Flynn Vassens only has the first season of Berserk out, but I think it looks better than the first one.
Hold on.
This is pro versus paper versus pen and stuff. What about it? It's a choice.
Here's a choice.
Flynn Vassens. At least the 3D animation sections are better than the original in the Memorial Edition.
That's debatable on my behalf. I'm not a big anime 3D fan, but I will admit some 3D anime has been making some good rounds with the Trigun show. But I haven't seen it, so I can't say I have. I haven't seen the Berserk one that you mentioned.
Flynn Vassens. When you check it out you'll see what I mean.
Okay.
Phone call from the boss? Sorry. Outdoor time. It's me time.
Sticking it to the boss. That sounds fun. We have sort of a flat hierarchy, so.
Wait, Flo isn't the boss?
Well, you could say I'm a boss at helping people save when they bundle.
No thanks, we're not gonna say that. Very cringy.
Flynn Vassens. Assuming you watched all of the original Berserk series.
I haven't.
Pay attention.
I have time for that.
What are you doing?
You gotta find time doing
I'm
that.
serious.
Everybody even runs after us. Who are you?
They're psychiatrists.
Beyond debate.
Ew.
The instigators. Rated R.
Oh god.
Says you are a real artist. I like it.
What makes you say that? What makes you say that? I'm just curious.
Thank you, asterisk, asterisk, for following. Thank you, beans, for following.
Thank you.
JR. Hey.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's going on? Excuse me.
Thank you, Felix Akira, for following.
Thank you, Felix.
What's that? Nothing.
Oh no, 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 no. No. No.
Don't change for me. I like you just the way you walk out.
JR. Just lurking while I work. Got some D&D to prep for tomorrow.
I got you, I got you. I got you, bro.
Higher we live. My thoughts are lighter with it. Just to let you know I did it. Just to let you know I live it.
The eyes are looking a little weird and strange, so we're going to fix them.
Thank you, Anna Spicer, for following.
Thank you.
Stay safe for me. I see the inner you and it hurts to let go. Don't wait for me. Wait for me. I'm getting on a plane and I won't be back soon. And I'll get higher with it. My thoughts are lighter with it. Just to let you know I did it. Just to let you know I live it.
Shit.
Thank you for following.
Thank you for follow, appreciate it.
Thank you for following. And I'll get higher with it. My thoughts are lighter with it. Just to let you know I did it. Just to let you know I live it.
Okay.
Why don't you just see what I can do, eh, Tom? You know what they say? Don't try harder, try different.
Who says that?
I do.
Well, that's terrible grammar.
Well, your family's on fire. Dumpster.
That's terrible grammar. Well, your family's on fire, so.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. I forgot my wallet.
Thank you, Mystic the Mystic Call Drank, for following.
Flenvascence. Now that I think about it, I think that Memorial Edition is the origins of the story.
Origins. Okay. After I'm done doing this, I think we're gonna do like one video, or probably two. I'm not sure, we'll figure it out.
JR. So what's the plan for tonight?
We're going
Just
to
drawing till late, or
No,
reactions,
we're gonna be
or
doing
games?
We're gonna do reactions.
Demon Slayer. Random question, who's the most famous person you know, if any?
Personally, or like I met?
JR. God. LOL joking. Demon Slayer. You met.
I would say probably 50 Cent. I went to school with his son.
Demon Slayer. That's so cool, man.
Yeah, he came to pick up his son and his giant, I think it was in 4th grade at the time.
JR. 50 cent, in this economy. More like $1.75.
But like, yeah, I went to school with his son back in the day. We was in school in 4th grade. This is around the time when 50 Cent was, I think this was around the time, I don't think it was around the Ja Rule problem. I think it was around the time when he got shot like, what, 4 or 5 times or some shit. Then he went, I wouldn't say he went in hiding, but he went to like protect his family by putting them far away from whatever the hell was going on with him. At the time, his son, his name was like, I think his name was Marquise Jackson. I think that's his name. He said he wanted to be a lawyer or a judge way back when I mentioned asking him. I don't think he wants to be that anymore, given I think he has an issue with his father. I think he doesn't really have a good relationship with his dad. At the time, I think he did, but when I was young. Because when 50 Cent came...
Says, hey, teach, I answered you in Discord.
Okay, when 50 Cent came to the school to pick up his son, he had a giant, I think it was a white limo, Hummer. It was a giant Hummer limo. I think back in the early 2000s, mid-2000s, Hummers was like really a thing. I think that was a serious gas guzzler back in the day, and I don't think that was good to have. But yeah, he had a giant like Hummer limo thing, and he came to pick up his son. And all the kids ran up to him when he came into the class, and you know what I'm saying. And they said, "Yay!" And then they're like, kids see him on TV, so they, they're kids. You know what I'm saying? So I did the same thing, but he was fucking tall. Hello. But yeah, I went to school with him.
Says here.
Yeah, hiya. Yeah, it was kind of cool. But that was the one time I met him and saw him in person. And that was it. I never saw him ever again after that. I think he just came for a special occasion to see his son. Because like he's a high profile like celebrity, so the people who will drop him off, his son, every morning when they'll arrive from school is probably the mom or the baby's mom at the time.
Flynn Vassance. Yeah, I just rewatched the first Berserk episode and you know how he has a prosthetic hand.
Yeah. Prosthetic hand. But yeah, that's pretty much how that's the closest thing to a celebrity that I met in person. Or, I want to say got to know, but met in person. Yeah, that's it.
Flynn Vassance. He doesn't have that in the Memorial Edition.
So if he doesn't, that means that must be our origin.
JR. Most famous person I ever met was Ron Paul. Though Harrison Ford ate at the restaurant next to me once.
Ron Paul.
Flynn Vassens.
Ron Paul.
Yepers.
Ron Paul. Hold on. Ron Paul. Why is that not? Why is name? Oh, okay. Ron Paul. Wait, no. Celebrity. Oh my god, motherfucker. Okay. Yeah, some type of senator. He's a senator, right? Some form of politician. Okay. I've heard that name before. It's like, why isn't that clicking in my brain?
Flynn Vassens. To be honest, the most famous person I know is the local news channel Weatherman LOL.
Honestly? Really? the local news. Do you consider them as celebrities? Like, I guess they're on TV, but do you consider them as a celebrity? That's the what are you drawing? I am doing a OC drawing.
JR. That's a micro celebrity but still technically a celebrity.
I guess so.
I don't meet famous people. The only way I do is if they come to me.
If they come to you. I hear you. Far away.
Flynn Vassens. Funny thing is that if I lived in East Palestine, Ohio, I could have met Donald Trump.
My thing is that I lived in East Palestine, Ohio, and I could have met Donald Trump. Ooh, that would have been cool. That would have been fun.
I got used to the feeling of rejection because my writing just wasn't up to par. Then I found Grant.
That would have been awesome.
A partner that helps professionals craft more impactful writing and save time. From polishing my writing to personalized suggestions, I became twice the writer I once was.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Says it was that one pose I sent you, or tried to anyway.
What were you asking in the first place? You just said this pose, and I'm not really sure what you meant by that. いつもあなたにパスが合うかこの変態受ける切ない道なる
Arian. Oh right. So I found this pose on Pinterest but I wasn't 100% sure how to draw the arms. I know it's in a looking down perspective. Flynn Vassence. I'll admit though that he only went there to support the people that were affected by the train derailment that happened, but Joe Biden never showed up.
I wonder why.
Bot Rick's official. Be a support hero today. By using commands like, support.
Sad. I don't know. I had a feeling.
Flynn Vassence. Bot muted messages again. JR. If I won the lottery, I would give you some just to see you go off on TikTok.
Oh, you have no idea. I would say all I want to say. Oh my god, you have no idea. I would. With no remorse. I would say it with no remorse. Oh man. You have no idea. Oh. That would be amazing. Okay, now we're gonna go do some reactions. Hey artists, what's going on? We're gonna go do some reactions. So if you guys want to come over here on YouTube or Twitch. If you want to hear the reactions, you won't be able to hear what we're listening to, but you may be able to hear what is being said. Honestly, how many people are there? There's only 6. So for those of you over there on TikTok, I suggest come over here on YouTube if you want. If you want to stay there, go ahead. But I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to just end it.
I'll admit at least Trump did show up to show some support.
So come over here. I'm going to end it on TikTok anyway because, well, there's only 6 of you and no one saw talking. And I need the hours anyway on YouTube. I will turn off YouTube Shorts, but it helps with my hours, so. So I'm gonna give you guys some time. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys time to go over there after this song is done, and then we go and do some reactions. I'm gonna let you guys know the videos that we did will be coming out. Yeah, we're gonna be doing after this. Well, yeah, don't worry, I got you. We're gonna be posting the videos tomorrow. I'll be posting 2 or 3 a day to keep up because most of them are pretty old based on news. So
JR. He has a history of that though. Go look up the crime spree in the 80s to 90s where he bankrolled people's medical bills who were thrown off roofs.
Who, Trump or Biden? I remember. Look at little freestyle lady. Look at you. You're so cute. Look amazing. So cute. Are you doing videos? Where are they going? They're leaving
Trump.
me?
LOL.
I think
he was loved by everyone before he ran for office. He used to pay for people's rents and medical bills out of the kindness of his heart.
After the song, I'm gonna stop.
Biden ain't done sh*t for no one
No,
ever.
I'm gonna do reactions.
Yeah.
I don't know that goes against me.
No, it's still in business, but
Says licensed expert.
Okay, if you want to use it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you can. Alright. Kindness by, let me see. Biden did charity.
Biden did charity.
Trump. He was loved by everyone before he ran for office. He used to pay for people's rents and medical bills out of the kindness of his heart. Biden didn't. Okay, I got you. What's that? Yeah, take it.
Flynn Vassence. Or Trump did.
What? Okay. You know, it's one thing that people always ask me the question of what is it that I like drawing the most when it comes to the human body, or at least my anime drawings. I think my favorite thing to draw is
JR.
Is the eyes.
I'm talking about Trump in the 80s/90s.
Oh, okay.
It's a famous news clip. Anyone can look it up if they care.
Oh. I got you, bro.
Says it cold and yet.
Let me see. I think eyes are my favorite.
Flynn Vassence. Yeah, Trump helped a black man start up a business and then he came back to give the money Trump gave him and he said to keep it.
Yep. Let's see. Okay. Fix the eye a little bit more. I like eye design when it comes to anime eyes. My favorite thing to draw. It tells you a lot about the artist itself. I think that's two things you can learn about. It's based on eyes and hairstyle. I think those are the two things: hairstyle and eyes. Usually a good telling of how experienced the artist is and how they stylize their eyes. Oops, that looks too. Oops. Okay. All right, guys. Those are on TikTok. Yeah. So if you want to be part of the reactions, come over here now on YouTube. If you don't know how to find it, link in
JR.
bio.
They say the eyes are the gateway to the soul, even in drawings.
Yes.
Flynn Vassens. Head, body, knees, and toes.
Head, bodies, knees, and toes. Okay, guys. So you guys come over here on YouTube or Twitch. Link in bio. Please check in there, please, if you want to. But if you don't want to, I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. 9 times out of 10. I don't know if I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I might take a break. I'm not sure yet, but I'll figure it out. I'll come on if I come on tomorrow. But anyway, go, come over here and all that great stuff. And yeah, all right, TikTok. Bye bye. Do 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 do. Boop. Yeah, I called it early on TikTok for a good reason.
Ryaga Samurai. Yo.
Yo yo. Alright, we're gonna do some reactions. Let's do it. I know that's the favorite part that everyone likes looking at.
Flynn Vassens. Like, subscribe, and become a member on YouTube today.
Yes, become a member on YouTube today. It pays a lot better than freaking TikTok. Let me see. Let me get everything all set up for you guys. I should have did this earlier, but I didn't. Okay, so let's see. What? It was a video. Okay, Star Wars and Rebel members declining. Okay. Hugo Awards, which would be crazy dominates. Okay. We have a few of them. Let me get these up real quick.
JR. Earthquake just hit LA. I'm not there, by my coworker is.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on one sec, guys. Okay, one. Paste. Okay, let's see if
Flynn Vassens.
President.
Have you read the Bible today?
The Bible? Does it really refer to it like Bible? The Bible. No, not today. Not today. When my parents are here, we usually do
Suo JR and Flynn.
Like when my parents are here, when they're off on their days, they like to do a little Bible study real quick in the morning with me. Why is there all signed out? I don't know. The Bible. Okay. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure this all out. All out. Yes, that's... I think this will be a good laugh. Okay, I'm not chasing on that effect.
JR.
I'm gonna throw some Kyle in here.
So what's the React schedule for today?
So
what's on the agenda today?
So like, okay, so we usually do the anti-woke stuff first, and then we jump into the anime stuff. But, did we listen to? I'm gonna add some Kyle in here. Kyle will be part of our videos today. Let me see. I might even throw a news one, like more not even just anti-woke, more like political in here, just for just to mix it up a little bit. Let me see.
Ryaga Samura. Let's go.
I got some anime stuff I want to show off too. Okay. There was something I wanted to. Hold on. End of service world flipper. I don't know what that is. Okay. Pay to play. I would do. It's a Gundam. It's a Gundam. That was 2 days ago. But it's like more Star Wars stuff. Like I don't like. The thing I don't like doing is
Funny news. Did you see that clip by Anthony Bryan Logan about the Secret Service breaking into a hair salon?
What? Oh, wait. It was some. Yeah, I heard that. It was like some non-binary woman, and she went up to the camera and did some weird shit to it, or some crap. Something weird. It was something very strange.
Ryaga Samura. LOL what?
Yeah. Something about a hair salon and I think a non-binary woman, I think. Or she's probably lesbian. And she did something to the camera. If I'm on the right track on what you're saying. It was something very bizarre. It was on Twitter. But I wasn't too sure what the hell. Okay, there's one video I have here that's I guess quote unquote edgy, but I'm willing to show it off just for the hell of it.
JR. I don't know about the non-binary part, but the Kamala Secret Service detail broke into a hair salon. They duct-tapped the cameras,
yeah,
and then picked the lock, and stole snack/candy and used the bathroom.
But why? Why though? Why? Why though? What is the win? What is the... you couldn't just go to your convenience store and just get some snacks? You are the Secret Service. I know you guys got money.
Ryaga Samurai. LOL, that's bizarre.
That's more than bizarre. That's weird. That's strangely weird.
Flynn Vassens. Because I'm Batman. Restream.io.
Okay, guys.
Sophie, congratulations.
We have a total of 1, 2,
You've received
3,
100 messages today with Restream chat. Ryaga Samurai. All that for candy and snacks.
Yeah, no. That's not worth the headache. That is not worth the headache. Not even a million, but that's worth it.
JR.
When will food be ready?
It's likely a power trip, mixed with lack of accountability and incompetency.
Why can't you just do it right there?
They're loud.
You can't mute them?
No. I wish I could.
Flynn Vassens. Because they are Batman?
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna just throw some Reaper in this. Just for the hell of it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw Reaper in this. Just for the hell of it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Before you start, did you start already?
are you talking about? I'm about to do it now.
Train wreck.
Ryaga Samurai. Okay.
What? I'm coming. Let me just get this out of the way.
Flynn Vassens. Reaper Death Seal.
Alright. So we'll start with the anti-woke stuff, and then we'll start with, like, still against anti-woke stuff, but not newsworthy. Like, it's not news, it's more like making fun of, and that's it. So we're gonna go to... I'm gonna go to our typical people that we usually listen to. First, let me turn off this stupid rain. It's been probably the most distracting thing in the world. Stop that. And then from here. Okay. There we go. Show. Okay, good. And now what we're gonna do is go. Oh, sound. Oh, good. I put that there. Jeez, I don't have to go look for that anymore. Okay, good. Do. All right. So I should organize this first, but let's just get.
This is the way.
Okay, we'll start with. We'll start with clownfish because we're more familiar with that right now.
Am I represent?
And then we'll do Kyle last because he's the best. We save best for last when it comes to anti-woke stuff. I believe he's the most funniest one out of all of them, or at least the most entertaining. Because everyone loves Kyle. I love his work. I love how he does things. So let's get this party started. So this is Clownfish TV, and it says Disney Plus is in trouble. Star Wars and Marvel numbers are declining. Let's see what that means. For those who are watching, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment if you like their work or mine. I'll always put for those who watch this, I always put the creator's name in the title and in the descriptions if you guys want to check them out, or a case may be. And stuff like that. So you can find them and follow me. So let's do this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to talk about Star Wars and Marvel being on the decline. This is coming from the Rap Pro. This is not coming from
us.
It's not coming from us. I was going to say it's not coming from other YouTubers. This isn't just a bunch of man babies screaming about Star Wars.
No, I always try to dismiss it. Well, you're not a professional journalist, even though that we do professional journalism. But anyway.
Yeah, I did a journalism. We did journalism once before.
You didn't go to journalism college. Anyway.
It's like clown college, right? Clownfish. Yeah, so this has come from the Rap Pro. Disney streaming dilemma, Star Wars and Marvel's diminishing demand on Disney.
Just to be clear, guys, I'll be right back in 2 seconds. I'll let it play, but I'll be right back.
Disney Plus, they have a chart saying that people are losing interest in Star Wars and Marvel, and this is not a good thing because that is the bulk of their new content.
It's almost as if you keep making really stupid, idiotic decisions, like making Obi-Wan about little Leia, and and doubling down on things people don't want, and they keep telling you that I don't want, you're gonna like fail at it. Who could have foreseen that?
Who could have foreseen this? And yes, YouTubers called it out. And yes, sometimes I think, some of these people get a little carried away with it, right? But the truth of the matter is that the general public is losing interest in Star Wars and Marvel. It is what it is, guys. So let's talk about that because this is literally their entire streaming strategy on Disney Plus was we're going to crank out Marvel and Star Wars shows, and that's going to be enough to keep people on Disney Plus and keep them coming back. And then once we get them there, we're going to jack the prices up. Is what we're going to do so we can drive up the stock price, which is working so well for them today. And we've got a couple of Disney videos today. I don't think D23 had the effect on the stock that Disney was hoping for.
No, it did not.
Those fake ads really drive you mad, huh? The game looks so fun in the ads, but when you download it, it's a totally different game. That's crazy, right? But today, I finally found a game that's exactly the same as it's shown in the ads.
Oh.
They're gonna pay for this.
Wouldn't prove anything.
No.
And usually after D23 announcements or investor call with announcements, the stock, reacts accordingly. And we're like, okay, wait till Monday. And Monday came, and it did not react the way Disney would have wanted it to.
No. Monday came, not as hard as they were hoping for. Not as much as they were hoping for. Let's talk about it. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. You get woohoo if you do. You up for woohoo day? Geeky's not feeling well. She's not feeling well today. Maybe this will cheer you up a little bit. Dismal Disney news.
It's who knows?
Yeah. So according to The Wrap, franchise IP has been the backbone of Disney for decades. It's the engine behind the famous and elusive flywheels industry analysts are always squawking about. Now, the flywheels are coming off the bus here. Disney's Star Wars and Marvel franchises are currently facing various challenges.
That's how they're putting it.
Various challenges.
Because you ran the IP.
We all know what those challenges are. They're not even challenges. They're just astute observations that that's not working. We all know what's making it not work. And the sad thing, this is Disney and all these companies for following down this trend. They can't really... The sad thing is, if they revert back to what works, they're going to be called a bunch of names. And hypocrites and this, that, and the third. If they keep going, they're going to lose money. So they put themselves in a rock and a hard place, technically trying to chase an audience that don't exist, don't buy their stuff, don't have no money. They tried to even try to get an audience to follow them into a situation where if you alienate the fans completely, eventually this so-called audience will just appear out of nowhere. That's literally what this was. That's crazy.
Into the ground with bad choices, and you just turned your audience off, chasing a new audience that never existed.
Oh my God. Disney Plus is experiencing diminishing returns on Star Wars.
All these companies need to do is come to a Jesus moment and be like, you know what? I don't think it was a good idea to do this streaming service thing because this caused more hell for us than anything. Maybe it's best we just go back to Netflix, because Netflix was the best thing that happened to us. Now, this is why I said thousands of times, I don't know if they go back to Netflix, they're going to drop the price lower because they have more content to work with. So let's say if Warner Brothers, Disney, and any other company that is like that left Netflix became a streaming service. I wonder if they were to come back or do a deal with Netflix and say, you know what, it's just not working for us. We just want to put our stuff on your thing. I know we was a thing back then, and now we separated and came back, but things are just not working out. And as a business, we have to do what we need to do. So I think it's best that we work together and we put our content onto your platform and see what happens. Now, like I said, I don't know if they're going to lower the price like it did before, which I really doubt. Because I think Netflix is, what, $20 a month now? I think it's a little over $20 a month. Let me check real quick. I think it's about... Shit, I think it's, let me see. Let me move this over here. Oh. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Yep. Oh, Dad gave me food. Let's go. Get yourself a dad that cares. Okay, so how much is Netflix a month? Currently, it's from $6.99 to $22. Oh my God. Remember the days when it was just $3 or at max $5 a month? Dude, at base price it's $6.99. And then at pre-tax, no extra cost of contract, it's $22.99. With ads. That's with ads, I believe. So even if you're paying the highest price, it's with ads.
Samurai. Yeesh.
That's crazy. Now imagine if all these companies, like I said, come back, right, and said, Netflix, we was wrong. We want to work with you again. Hopefully you can open up your woke heart to forgive us and let us, work with you again.
JR. The lowest tier also has
Limitations. Yeah, they all have limitations. That's how these subscriptions work. They give you a subscription that you know is kind of crap, but it gives you just basic stuff. And I think, if I remember right, they're gonna have commercials. I think they have commercials in the video, in the movies and the shows now. I think a lot like how Crunchyroll works. So like if you're watching like an anime, if you're watching the free version of Crunchyroll, like technically I think all the sub stuff, it will play a commercial. Usually just like Asian commercials, I believe. So that's crazy. Or international commercials, more likely, I would say that. That's crazy though. Now I wonder if they were to come back to Netflix, would the price go down?
JR. And that's why I sail the high seas, matey.
Let's go! I know exactly what he means. But what do you guys think? Do you think the price will go down if all these companies just came back to Netflix tomorrow? Like if they all got together and said, Netflix, let's work with you again. We'll put our content on your stuff. All our streaming services are dead. You're king, blah, blah, blah. Do you think they'll bring down the price? Will it be $20 to like probably $15 or even $10? Would it even be like, do you think, or $9.99? Do you think that? Or they'll just put the price up? I think they'll just make the price go higher.
Ryaga Samurai. Same here, JR.
I think they'll bring the price higher, honestly. I don't think they're going to bring the price down. Because if Netflix becomes like the ultimate streaming service, everyone has no choice but be on Netflix unless you just, do become a pirate.
JR.
Become one of the
So logically it should, but it will not.
It should.
Because in my experience, these companies, even some I've worked at, do not understand basic economics. They don't understand how to draw people in.
Nope.
Ryaga Samurai. Higher or the same.
Yep. That's so sad though. Because like if Disney and all of them come back, if I was Netflix and I wanted to bring the most people as possible, to guarantee they come in my service, they're already paying the 20-something already, right? It would be even a win if we lowered the price right now from $22.99 to probably, I would say between $9.99 or $10.99. Cut it by half. I think $9.99 or $10.99. Just to see how many people will flock back to the streaming service, right? I think a lot of people will flock back to that $10 in a month. That's better than $20, right? And I think it's reasonable. And I think they have three different tiers.
If I were Netflix, I would go back to the original business model, negotiate contracts with all the other platforms, and then massive market as don't you miss the old days.
So you would drop it back to $5.99. I think that was the initial price back then. It was $5.99. I don't think they had any other tiers. It was just $5.99 a month, if I remember right. I could be wrong. I just remember it was just $5.99. That would be a great price.
Glenn Vassens. Your heart Tim ITYD. You are a pirate.
You are a pirate. Yeah, I think $5.99. Like, I know that will work. That would work. But I don't know. Like...
JR. Yep. Simple plan, and advertise around all your shows/movies in one place.
It makes sense. I only said $5.99 or $9.99 because just to lure them in, just to see if they will come. But I know for a fact that they will come. It was $5.99, especially if they have more. Especially if they have more content that they can disperse amongst their own division. So.
What? No, you mean the Accolade didn't save it? The power of many.
Yeah,
didn't fix it.
The Acolyte was actually very low. The demand for it was relatively low. They said according to Parrot Analytics, Demand 360 again, not YouTubers, but an actual analytics firm, right? They said the most recent live action Star Wars shows on the platform have not been as impactful as earlier ones.
Well, what's interesting about
They could even do 9.99, but then sell a yearly annual that evens out to 4.99.
Ooh, they could do a yearly annual that evens out. Good idea. That could work. That can work.
This is the way this graph is showing us is that the Acolyte had more demand than Ahsoka Obi-Wan, and I don't know if I believe that.
If it did, I think there was.
It honestly would work because all these other streaming services have all their back catalog from other shows. So a lot of people, because it's proven that there are more people watching old shows than there are new ones. So it would only make sense if you're gonna bring back all these streaming these companies back onto your platform and your streaming platform. It's only right and it's beneficial to the customer to lower the price. We have more content, and it's back catalog content, so it's not like we have to make new content. So it makes more sense to lower the price.
Flynn Vassance. Oh goss. The smell of pig crap is mmmmmm.
A lot of hate watching. I think a lot of people checked it out because you have to remember, like with the Rogue One Andor, right? With this, like nobody, it's not even on here. People forgot it existed, but with the Acolyte, because of those pesky YouTubers, I think people were reminded it existed, and they're like, "Oh, there's a new Star Wars show. I wonder if it's as bad as people said it was. Oh, it's got that guy from Squid Game and lightsabers. Okay, we'll watch it." But yeah, it's kind of weird because Ahsoka is actually a pretty well known, pretty popular character. Well, she's a fan favorite. Is she super popular? Well, no, because her toys are kind of rotten on the shelf at Ollie's, but I thought that she would have gotten more interest than
Became a member.
the Acolyte
Level.
did.
Oh, snap.
Sparkle.
Mono's a member. Let's go. Thank you being a member on YouTube, Mono. You still have all the same things. You're a hero. Let's go. You're not even a psychic. You're a hero now. That's so awesome. Let's go, Mono. Proud of you, bro.
The Acolyte and Obi-Wan Kenobi had...
Let's go.
Ryaga Samurai.
He's a hero now.
Let's go.
Let's go, Mono. Love it.
Lower demand in their first 2 months compared to the first season of The Mandalorian. Even the latest season of The Mandalorian, season 3, failed to match the demand levels of the debut season.
Yeah, well, we don't know what happened with the third season.
It's just like the sequel trilogy. They started off strong. They made a bunch of money, and then they burned all that goodwill.
No, that's what they did with The Mandalorian. They started out great. People like season 1.
Yeah.
And then even season 2, they're like, okay.
Yeah.
And then by season 3, they're just like, they decided that, we're going to go put our personal rinse on it and start pushing an agenda. And look what happened. The takeaway here, people, is that you give fans what they want. When you start digging with it, by, I should say vagina eating it up, then
it's not even that. There is a track record of these producers, directors, or whoever, and they always say the same things. I don't watch the comics. I haven't watched the previous movies. I don't read the books. I don't read the novels, especially if it's like sci-fi. Like I notice something when it's like tailored to real life, like 50 Shades of Grey or anything like that. They read the books. But when it comes to comic books, video games, or even anime, they do not watch it. They do not put the time to watch it. And if they do look at it, they briefly breeze through it or get a small synopsis of what it is. They don't watch it. They don't get the experience what they're trying to, like, whether it's the anime or the comic book or the shows has conveyed to them. Nothing. They'll just literally go based on how they feel or what they think is important. They don't write a superhero movie, right? They don't write superheroes. They use a superhero or superhero movies, or even anime movies. Oh, not anime, but like mostly superheroes in the Western world as a Trojan horse to push their crazy messaging. Majority of the time, their political insane messaging or their browbeating in that sense. That's what they do. Or they even worse, they'll replace the male hero that we originally are known
JR.
for.
They're writing self-insert fan
Fiction
fiction, but
without being a fan. Yeah. They throw things out of the wayside. Things are important. They knock out things that would have made crucial notice to the story itself, but they don't care. They replace your hero with either a gender swapped or a race swap person. And then they'll say, if they're race swap or gender swap, what's the difference? There is a difference. That's why. There is a reason why they are doing this, because there is a particular reason why that hero is the way they are. But they don't know the concept of the hero. They don't know what the essence of the hero really means, their true meaning, why they're there.
I probably know the story better than they do, and I haven't watched the streaming series past Mandalorian Season 2.
I'm pretty sure. And all these directors will say, I don't like, and they will say it to your face in interview. They'll say, I hate superhero stories. I don't read comics. I find them irritating. I don't find them fun. They're very boring. They'll say everything and somehow manage to get this property in their hands. And then when things go left, they call you a name. So if you're a minority and you say this, you're just brainwashed. If you're a white person, you say this, especially a white male, you're some type of racist or a bigot. You can't win. And after a while of doing this, which has been happening for almost more than 10 years, people are not getting sick of these labels and terms and not caring anymore. People are just not caring. Whether you are a minority, a white heterosexual male, or even someone who don't identify either two. There are people are getting sick of this nonsense. People just want to watch their superhero or play their video games because they're trying to escape from real life. They're not trying to listen to real life stuff in their superhero movie. This is why I always find it funny if one day Blackstone or what are these woke companies get their hands on these anime IPs and have someone like Goku go up the screen, wear a rainbow outfit, gi, and then turn to the camera, point at your finger, and says, "Black Lives Matter." I'm done. No, man, that is not the place. This is not the time or place for that. No.
Is that a new
that what happens is what you're seeing, because you guys decided that Obi-Wan wasn't good enough. If Obi-Wan had been Obi-Wan watching over Luke, would have done great. You made it about little Leia for no.
And usually the people who claim they want inclusivity is usually quick to exclude specific people or a specific group of person.
Fucking reason, okay? No reason whatsoever. The Acolyte, I call bullshit on it. The only reason there were spikes in it was because, I hate watching, and the fact that they're trying to go after Raylos, which they openly admitted they were. Who's the fans we have left? Raylos. But Mandalorian started out great. Season 2, it was slightly not as great, but Season 3 was complete dog shit.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be the Mandalorian, but now it's Bo-Katan's the Mandalorian, going to be the focus moving forward, and we started doing that, and look what happened. People are tired of it. It's not about sexism. There were plenty of strong female characters that people liked. It's because you're trying to agendify this shit and shove in stuff that you're trying to make people like something that they don't like. And then they tell you they don't like it, that's because they're a terrible person. No, it's because you're stupid. Slap yourself.
Slap yourself. You should feel bad. You should feel bad.
And the cycle repeats.
Yeah. Oh, and what's worse, when those people go make their own thing, the higher media, the AAA media or AAA whatever tries to make it difficult for them to put their game out. So it's like Power World, right? When Power World came out, everyone was making hit pieces on it. Like Wukong right now, the Monkey King game. People are saying insane things about it because it doesn't fall into their Western agenda, right? That's crazy. This is a Eastern game, and they're saying crazy stuff about the Eastern game, but these same people be like, we need to push minorities up into the world and push their games out and stuff. But you're attacking a minority ran company because they don't fall into the agenda you like. Isn't that funny? These people will be quick to attack the minorities that they're trying to protect when it doesn't fall into their ideology.
Like that's what this is. It's like they're trying to shoehorn in and force people to like something, and then when they don't like it, instead of being like, "Hey guys, we failed. Maybe we should go back to basics." No, it's because everybody else is terrible, not because we're stupid.
I don't know what it's going to take.
That makes it worse, too.
I don't know what it's going to take to get through to Disney. I don't think it's going to get through to Disney. Like, their stock could bottom out, and I think they will triple down on the worst possible business decisions.
They have the C-suite live in a room, sniffing their own farts, and telling everybody that it's perfume. You know what I mean? But it's not. Everybody's like, it's fart. It's eau de shit. And they don't want to buy it.
Oh my God. A lot of this is Iger. And we're going to talk about this in another video today in regards to the theme parks. I think this is, Iger he will not admit failure. He won't admit failure.
Well, when it comes to Disney Plus, they won't admit failure either.
No.
For some reason, Kathleen.
When a person can admit failure or say they're wrong or say they're going somewhere, they're not going in the right direction and proceed to go down a path of destruction, that is not a leader. That's a moron. Look, I don't know exactly the saying from the Bible. It's you look wiser when you say you don't know than you're saying you do know and you don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's best to say you don't know, I'm not sure, I'm willing to ask for help, or I don't think I'm making the right decisions, than saying we're doing perfectly fine. Or not willing to change. And that's why the idea of pride is I think it's the most dangerous sin amongst man. Because out of the 7 deadly sins, I think pride is the most worst because you're not willing to change at all. You're not willing to change when you know you're either being a destructive force amongst people around you, yourself, or, you just don't care. And that's a dangerous sin to, I think, out of all of them. Because it encapsulates the idea of sin being okay. Okay? Now, when I say the word sin, I'm not talking about like a specific, I'm saying in the sense of refusing to change when you can. That's what I'm saying. And you have the opportunity to do it. It's not like you can't do it. But he chooses not to because he'd rather be seen as like he built Disney, like Walt did, than say, you know what, maybe I should do what Walt did. People see you as more of a leader if you did what Walt did than not doing what you're doing now.
Baldy Basics time.
Baldy Basics time.
And Kenny, they're like, she wants out, supposedly. Well, then leave. Some reason she's still there. And no matter how many times she fails, she's still there.
It said Star Wars shows accounted for 10% of Disney Plus's TV catalog demand in Q2 of 2022, dropping to 9% in 2024.
And great leaders almost always had a group of advisors.
Yep.
Self-blindness is a thing that can hurt you a lot.
Yep. And that's dangerous. It's dangerous. If you don't know, just ask for help. And then and when I say ask for help, you don't have to ask from one person. See the perspective of other people. Right? Other people's perspective can actually open your eyes to something that you didn't see. Or they might be thinking of something you may not have thought of. That could be genius. And the thing is, you don't have to get that advice from a genius. Sometimes it could be just your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your friend, your teacher, your preacher, the mailman, depending on the context. So it's not wrong to ask for help. You're not stupid for asking for help. You're stupid for not asking for help and pretending like you know what you're doing. That is dumb.
There's a heck of a lot more.
They said the decline is modest compared to Marvel, whose demand share fell from 19 to 13% over the same period. Together, these franchises represented 22% of Disney Plus's TV catalog demand last quarter. Now they're just 12%. The trend is also reflected on the platform's most popular shows. As of Q2 2024, only 6 of the top 20 shows on Disney Plus were Marvel or Star Wars.
Yeah, because people are tired of it. And again, with the Marvel shows, same thing.
Yeah, they said actually what's going on is a lot of Disney Channel shows, Gravity Falls reruns and Owl House reruns.
Hi Mono. Flynn Vassance. It is. I'm trying to be less prideful of myself right now for that reason. I hate to say this, but my dad isn't doing that.
See? And that's hard, you know? Especially as someone you care about. Because when you're around someone you care about, and you know they're going down a destructive path, it is hard to tell them, because when you tell them, they think you're attacking them.
I canceled it on TikTok and switched to YouTube.
It's alright.
I'm tier 2. Tier 3 is kinda expensive for me right now.
I understand, I get it. That's why I didn't want to go I didn't want to go
Hi,
double
Brock.
digits. I think single digits is much easier to deal with than double digits. I wanted to make it easy for people who wants to be part of it and see what they can benefit from it. So
yeah, because they're fun shows that are good shows that happen to be, good at shows and diverse shows.
See, here's the thing: they will not listen to it if it comes from YouTubers.
Hey everyone,
Yeah,
big heads up,
that's
Paleo Valley's
the-
running a sale on all their meat
which
sticks
is
right now. You can
weird.
get 30 sticks for 30.
I think that's the weirdest thing. Think about this. All these YouTubers have like millions, 100,000s to millions of followers. Why don't you just listen to what they have to say? Like, and when I say listen, I'm not saying just one YouTuber or the biggest YouTuber who's talking about your product. Listen to several YouTubers. Listen to about like 10 to 15 of them. Maybe a good 30 of them. And then see what is the pattern amongst them. And see what they're saying, right? And then you have somewhat of a consensus of what to come to. Or at least a form of results to know what is it that these YouTubers are talking about or causing us to lose money, or at least learn what our fans want, because they're listening to them and they're more younger than us and we don't know a lot about this franchise. Or even if we do, these kids or these young people or YouTubers tend to really hold the audience attention about our product. So instead of being mad at them or excommunicating against them against their opportunities, instead of being like that, try to understand them and be like, okay, let me reach out to some of these YouTubers and ask, what is
Flynn
it that
Vassance.
is wrong with our product?
Do you believe in having a spirit?
Yes, I do, to a certain extent. Yes.
To it if it comes from social media, but
They're saying whatever we've all been saying.
They're saying, yeah, but they're years late to the part. Like when YouTubers were out there calling it the MCU, they were like, "Oh, a bunch of bigot, Nazi, white supremacists."
Well, that's what I said. They instead of taking
misogynists.
responsibility for making bad decisions, they start calling the audience names. And I'm like, since when has that worked?
Yeah, so now we have the numbers. Now we have the numbers to back up. And we saw it before with Phase 4.
I don't think most of these people realize a Nazi racist, especially when they are Nazi racists very much know they are, and they don't pretend. They'll tell you straight in your face and call you the N-word. They don't care. So like, when you guys are trying to look for that covert Nazi racist, you're wasting your time. It makes no sense. Usually they'll tell you directly on their face. They're on Twitter right now. They'll tell you how they feel about minorities and stuff like that. They'll tell you directly in your face. So I don't know why they keep trying to figure out if, because I don't like this type of Spider-Man run, I must be some type of minority name or some type of supremacist or something like that. That makes no sense. Just because I don't like the run you did with Spider-Man, making him into like a weak individual and then made the females more stronger, I'm somehow a Nazi for pointing out this astute observation that is in front of me that doesn't work. It does not work. I don't even think women are buying... I don't think most women ask to watch women fight. I don't think so. I don't think women are out here saying to Marvel, we want a badass woman. I don't think they're looking for that. In most cases, most of the women probably watch it because of the stories or the men. I'm just saying. Maybe there's a few women who like the girl boss, but I don't think as high as they make it out to be.
The thing about a terrible person like that is that honestly they stand more firm in what they believe than most people with a cause these days do.
The thing about a terrible person like that. You know what? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Bot Rick's official.
So, you know, in a weird
Be
way,
a support hero today.
as bad as that might
By
be,
using commands
you have
like
to give him some
support.
form of credit for at least being consistent, right? Right? In a sense. I'm not saying it's good to be that thing I mentioned, but I'm saying if you really stop and think about it, that's more ballsy than it is not being that. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, you're more likely to be excommunicated from your job, probably your family, your friends, opportunities, especially if you do not care. Like when you stand on those principles of whether it's under the idea of hate or somewhere between or just being, you know, reasonable, people will respect you even when they hate you. They'll respect you even when they hate you. They hate you, but they know what they stand. They at least, even if they say evil things to you, they know what they stand with you specifically. But if you play this game of flip-flopping, people don't take you seriously at all. I think this is why the idea of the term the grift comes in.
Marvel that they just kept dropping off movie after movie. And no, Deadpool Wolverine is not part of Phase 4 or Phase 5 of Marvel. It's its own thing. And that you have Ryan Reynolds, I think, to thank for that one, because he had to fight tooth and nail to get that movie made the way that it was made, because Disney could have totally nerfed
Oh
it.
yeah, I did a video yesterday. There's a Disney executive saying that the reason it did so well was because they got a lot of Gen Xers, or I'm sorry, Gen Zers in there because of his meme marketing environment. I'm like, yeah, he's been doing it for years with his, you know, Mint Mobile and everything else.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of what he does. But Disney should not take any credit in that because
Yeah,
it
they
wasn't
should not.
them.
Yes, Disney should not take any credit for that in the slightest. Like, Ryan Reynolds is not a bad actor. He just plays himself. He just plays himself, and when he tries to play like anyone else, you don't take it seriously. When he plays himself, you believe he's acting because he's doing his thing. If you watch all Ryan Reynolds movies, it's pretty much Deadpool without the Deadpool costume 9 times out of 10.
Flynn
No,
Vassell.
I kind of feel the same way about
I know what I stand for, and it doesn't change unless I see something wrong with what I believe. That's not very often, but I can admit when I'm wrong.
See, that's a good thing. And then what the problem is a lot of people like to do is, like, if you admit you're wrong, you're betraying yourself or you're betraying your cause. No, maybe in a way, saying I'm wrong helps the cause more than it harms it. But a lot of people don't think of that way, because as soon as you admit defeat, they like to or admit that you're wrong somewhere. The group that you're running with will make fun of you and attack you for admitting that you was in the wrong for something that's obviously there. That's crazy, you know? So, like, if someone's going at, say, Melissa McCarthy, I think that's her name. If she were just to admit, you know, the way I go about things isn't cool, maybe I could have pulled back a little bit on the things I said about gamers. Maybe I wouldn't get as much backlash as I usually do. If she says that right now, her friends or her so-called comrades or allies will turn on her almost instantly. And maybe she might even lose some opportunities from her the companies that she works for.
JR. It depends if the cause can stand on its own or not. Usually it cannot, because the ideology is based on baseless merit.
Yes. And that's usually us. And what's scary about that is when people stand on those type of baselessness, they will die on that hill sometimes for nothing.
The Mandalorian, the first 2 seasons at least, I think that was more of a Jon Favreau thing, because they just kind of let him do what he wanted to do, and he actually gave us good Star Wars. So I mean,
if you were ignorant,
you know, this is like
to
super
begin with or not to.
Yeah, if you don't know, that's one thing. When you're ignorant to the fact, I think what a lot of people, young people, don't understand is the word ignorant doesn't mean it's not an evil word. It just sounds evil. I think a lot of people take that term ignorant as like an insult. It's not. It means that you don't know. It just sounds ugly, but it's not ugly. It just means you don't know, or what you're unknowing of whatever's happening. That's what that means. But a lot of people take that term as if like some type of form of insult, and I think a lot of young people say that term and don't really know what that means because they hear other people say it, so they just run with that term and think it's an insult when it's not really.
important to remember with like any kind of franchise that's been destroyed, it's only as good as the people.
Yeah, you're unaware. You're not knowing. It's not like it's not even saying you're dumb. It just literally means that you're not aware of the information completely. That's all that means. But people use it as a term, as an insult, like because it sounds like an ugly word. That's why. So.
Running the show, right? I mean, we can look at Star Trek. We can see the first 2 seasons of Picard compared to season 3 of Picard. It's only as good as the people in charge. It doesn't matter if the franchise historically has been very popular. The reason the franchise became popular is they had the right people in charge. And now clearly they have the wrong people in charge.
And they won't replace them for whatever reason.
And they won't replace them. And I don't think I mean, normies will be like, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back to Marvel, but that is a Hail Mary pass.
The reason it's an insult to certain people is because they are egotistical, and the idea of them being ignorant upsets
them. Yeah. Oh, and so in most cases these days, I don't think a lot of people put time to like look up stuff. So even if they think it's an evil word, they're not gonna take the 2 seconds to like look it up.
I like to think of myself as a wise but dumb 21-year-old.
I think that's everyone in some form. I sometimes think that myself, but I think that's just narcissism.
God, if they give Acolyte season 2, to throw your hands up in the air, because I don't know what to tell you. They're just really fucking stupid.
Just me.
It's getting to the point now, and we've been doing more and more videos like this, where Hollywood cannot afford to bankroll stuff that isn't profitable or successful like right out of the gate. And I mean, it's diminishing returns.
But make no mistake, they put themselves where they are.
They did. You did this to yourself.
Their hubris, their arrogance, their desire to, basically not doing original stuff, just repurposing everything, but then repurposing it and then remaking it and then just like flushing your original audience down the toilet with it and then calling them names.
Yeah.
Put you where you are. Your own people did this. So don't blame the audience. Blame yourself.
I'm confident that is the case.
Whether you're confident or not, it's good to at least think positively about yourself. That's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good thing in itself. But self-awareness goes a longer way than just saying positive.
My headset died, so I thought Flynn said wise ass anyway. Gotta charge it. Be back later.
Okay, JR. You got you, bro.
Because you're stupid.
They wrapped it up with the numbers highlight a critical question for Disney. How can they best leverage audience demand for beloved franchise IP? Selling nostalgia to millennials is effective for now, but how sustainable? That's not the problem. The problem is it's shit.
Because Gen Z again. Gen Z is never going to watch things the same as millennials. And
Gen Z is broke. Can we stop trying to run after this audience? They're broke. They are broke. Can we stop running after this stupid audience? Please. Most of these kids are broke and they don't want to do anything, much less get a job. They're looking for ways of not getting... What the hell?
Gen X.
No.
I'll stop
the
chasing
new
this
HughesNet
audience.
is powered by Jupiter 3, the
That's
most
true.
advanced commercial communications satellite.
That's crazy. I would stop they're broke, and I'm not saying broke in a bad way in the sense that that's their fault. Technically, it's the previous generation's fault for them being this way to a certain extent. But geez, chasing after them makes no sense. They're still young. They have little to no money. Don't you see them on TikTok?
Going to work the same way.
You're
going to be able to monetize them. No one has been able to really.
And this kind of goes back to things we talked about before.
I had to teach myself to be confident in myself because my father didn't do the best job of teaching me to be confident in myself.
Well, that's true.
Unlike my other brothers.
I understand. It's sad because when you don't have a caretaker
as a
or
Gen Z,
guardian,
that's 100% true. I don't have money and I don't want a job.
See? And that's nothing wrong with it. No one wants to work, right? No one wants to work. Not even people who work wants to work. But they expect them to have money to go to your movie theaters when you're overpricing them up the wazoo with virtually everything. You're evil. You're evil. It makes no sense. Most of them can't afford living with each other.
Why can't I stay a silly teenager disappointed face?
No, we all wish we could. But most of them can't even live by themselves, much less with each other. Most of them have to have like 5 to 10 roommates just to make up the rent. Like, you guys are crazy.
These franchises, these legacy franchises, they're not going to mean as much to younger kids as they do to our generation. These Gen X franchises, they keep giving them these millennial and Gen Z makeovers, but it's never going to mean as much to them, right? I mean, it's like the Lone Ranger to us, right? Or Buck Rogers or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't mean anything.
The biggest problem.
He has probably spent the least time with me, but I forgive him because he is just doing his job and supporting my family.
I understand. It is what it is, though. I'm sorry about that, bro. I really am. I know how it feels.
Flynn Vasquez.
To us, to our generation.
I can't hate him for that.
No, you can't. But, you know, this is why I said to a friend of mine, don't be mad at your dad because he's unreasonable. Remember, the way he is the way his parents raised him, so he's just doing the best he can. Now, is that an excuse for him to be the way he is? Not technically, but because he's an adult now, so there's a sense of self reflection you should do. Even if you came from a bad background, you should do some self reflection, because you'll start realizing things about yourself that you could change or help change, or a case may be. That's why the idea of pride is probably the most dangerous thing, because like I said earlier, if you're not willing to change, or at least trying to like fix yourself or make yourself better, then you're just doing yourself a disservice and the people around you. I think Jordan Lee Peterson said it himself. He said it's best, it doesn't matter how strong of a person you are, or if you're a strong man or you're a strong woman. All that matters is competency. If you're incompetent, that's more worse than being a strong man, because you can be a strong individual, like a strong physical man, but if you don't know how to help yourself, or at least try to, improve, people are not going to take you serious at all. So it's best to be competent in what you're doing, and showing competency is not knowing everything. Like I said, it's all about knowing your limits, being self-aware, and trying to improve on those limits, or take those gauges off. And then alongside that, you ask for help if you don't know. It's stupid not to ask for help, then not ask for help. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. It's only madness. That's madness to expect things to work out when you don't try to improve.
Like, they can try to bring it back, but it's not gonna work.
Right. The only way they're gonna monetize Gen Z is that they trick them into buying shit on TikTok, because that's basically the only thing they do now.
Well, they're doing the Fortnite thing. They're doubling down on Fortnite. That's what they.
But it's gonna take years, and by then the Fortnite's gonna be.
I need to spend less time on my phone and internet as a whole.
Well, if you're on the internet under the gaze of trying to improve, like you're trying to look at how to make more money or try to improve on your health or something like that, then I don't think being on the internet is problematic. But if you're just on the internet looking at destructive things all day, and you're not trying to improve, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're looking at red pill stuff all day, and then you're not really taking the advice that's even being given.
I would need to spend less time, but I'm F up and I just can't leave.
I understand. Well, that's just part of being adult. Sometimes being an adult is about sacrificing. You gotta sacrifice what you want if you want the things you want. So
the way Fortnite will survive is because Disney will make sure they survive in some way, because they have money in it.
Yeah, well, they got to do something, because their stock is, this is the opposite of what they wanted to happen after D23. And we're going to do another video talking about the theme parks, but it's not looking good for them. I mean, theme park attendance is down. Their franchises are in the gutter. It's, when they bring Robert Downey Jr. back, it's still years away. Mm-hmm. And now I do think Fantastic Four has the potential to do pretty well. I actually think I like the look of it.
Right is the question.
If they get it right. The teaser looks pretty good to me. But they got to stop the
I'm not gonna lie to you. I do not think the Fantastic Four is gonna do well. And I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy, but geez, I don't think it's gonna do well. I want it to do well, but I don't think it's gonna do well. Listen, I don't want Disney to fail. I genuinely don't want Disney to fail. I grew up on Disney, right? Most of us did. Majority of us did. But Disney is unrecognizable, bro. And I'm not saying it should go back exactly how, it was when I was growing up or when we were growing up. But you have to admit, when there is something legitimately and fundamentally wrong with your franchises, you need to stop and think,
Darth Goricorn, I'm with you on that. Disney has destroyed most of its good faith people had in it in the past.
Yep. And that's so frustrating because it's not like listen, they don't actually have to make new content like that. Right? They can take old stuff and just redo what they did in the movies. With very to little changes.
I know they supposedly got rid of activists, but I have a feeling that they still have some.
No, they got rid of the activists. I don't know if he was there when we was doing the Marvel one, but they got rid. Chris Gore, when we was listening to Ademion, he said that they got rid of the activists in the Marvel division, as they claim. Both director and anyone who can be labeled are considered an activist in any type of way. But he said Lucasfilms is gone. It's over. It's over. Like, Lucasfilms is tripling down on that.
I know about it.
Yeah. So, like, that's the craziest part. I think that video will be coming out tomorrow.
The watered down shitty TV shows. And that's a huge, and you can see kind of the decline. Like the first couple of shows for both Marvel and Star Wars, they kind of threw everything at it, and then it's just kind of like that horse drawing meme where it just kind of, as it went on, it just got worse and worse.
They're all gonna have the budgets of films.
The first couple did, right?
Yeah.
WandaVision did,
Well,
and
then they
Mando
had too many.
did.
They had too many going on too. The VFX teams couldn't keep up. So bad they had to unionize because it was.
I still say a live-action Treasure Planet could be the opening to pull them out of the gutter as an opening to rebuilding the name.
Bro, I'm not. You're not even wrong.
I watched it before you did. LOL.
Okay,
Rick's
good.
Official. Be a support hero today. By using commands like support.
Bro, you have no idea. Like, what the hell? You have no idea. Like, if they want to redeem, if Disney want to redeem themselves, you have to make Treasure Planet a smash hit. It will redeem two things. It will probably redeem good faith in what Disney can do.
Yo, that's a good idea.
Right? And then it will also redeem what they did to Treasure Planet back in the early 2000s. Because that got...
That would be an amazing movie in live action.
That movie got railroaded so hard. I'm not even kidding. And it's a cult classic amongst a lot of young people who used to watch Disney movies, anime movies. That movie got railroaded so hard. It's not even funny. It's a sad story. I think you can look it up. How that movie was just, it was destined to fail when it was made to be something great. That was a great movie. It was not a bad movie either. That's what makes it sad. It was a good movie who was out on the wrong time when Disney was making changes. And I think they was moving most of their animation division to the 3D stuff.
Ridiculous with the demand.
And then, Daredevil's going to come out and people are going to be like, the MCU's back. It's like, no, you went back to what worked on Netflix.
It was made for the wrong generation.
Yeah. And plus, I think the last Disney animated movie was, I think it was Home on the Range. Let's go Home on the Range? I think it was called Home on the Range. I don't think anyone watched that, to be honest.
Well, that's it. They scrapped it and had to redo it.
Yep.
Because they're like, oh shit, our stuff isn't working. Maybe you should give people what they want.
Maybe if we just give people what they want, they'll come back. Maybe
and
they will. But I think
it's perfect for showing diversity in a healthy way.
Yeah, it's like
Botrix
you can
official.
take what you thought. Like,
At
bro,
Dark Oricorn, you leveled up to level 2.
they can take the idea of all those acolyte nonsense. Well, not acolyte especially, but if they wanted to push diversity, they can do it. It's in the far future. It's not Star Wars, right? So you can kind of run with that to a certain extent. But don't be so heavy-handed with it. That's the problem. They heavy-hand things way too fast and then expect people just to be okay with it.
A lot of people are tired of getting burnt too. I don't know if they're gonna come back. You know, it's I don't know if they're gonna come back. I think you might get some people back, but it's just corporate entertainment. That's how they think. They don't think long term. They think quarter to quarter. We're gonna wrap this up.
Yep.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
Okay, guys, that was Clownfish TV with the whole "Is Disney in Trouble" thing. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one, and all that great stuff. All right, let's go to the next one. Is this? Let me see. What is this one? We got a few of them. So, greatest manga. Okay, those are the last ones. Okay, so here's this one called from John Del Arowitz. I think I'm saying it wrong, but he says here Hugo Awards disaster self-insert LGBTQ crazies dominate the Worldcon. So I think Worldcon is some type of fantasy convention. I don't know if it's like for storytelling or anything like that, but it's for fantasy, I believe. I'm not totally sure, but we're gonna hear what he has to say and how they're overtaking that part of the con. So
every year the Hugo Awards just makes it worse for themselves, makes it something that's getting even more irrelevant, and the only real thing to do is laugh at them at this juncture. You could see this weird lady holding what looks like an erect phallic object, and that's exactly what's going on with everything in science fiction right now. Been making fun of Worldcon over the weekend because it's just been a cluster of a convention as usual. We're seeing a lot of posts about just social anxiety from the attendees and how they just can't even. On top of it, there's a bunch of like COVID being spread at the convention and people freaking out about that. And then yesterday, of course, we showed the Cats panel that John Scalzi was bragging about being one of the largest panels of the convention. Yes, you can't make this stuff up. But the Hugo Award winners might be the most embarrassing part of all of this, and we're going to go over it in just a moment because this is just a travesty of science fiction. It's not even science fiction. It's just identity politics, virtue signaling, circling the drain once again.
Yeah, I think it's a fantasy sci-fi
let's
convention.
Get into the news in just a moment. My name's
I think
John
it's
Della.
for writers and stuff like that.
And there's a reason I'm the most trusted name in science fiction news at this point. It's because I bring it to you unfiltered where nobody else does. And I'm also a great science fiction writer. If there was a Hugo Award for my Overmind comic book, there should have been. It was fantastic. But there's not because, of course, it's all about political virtue signaling over there. But we have a sequel called The Hidden Emperor right here, and this is going to be the most wonderful thing you've read since Valerian and Laureline. The great French comic, which is the best science fiction comic in history. We're up there, guys. It's really that good. So check this out. It's a complete difference from the mainstream industry. This is the type of stuff they blacklist, and they couldn't stop the signal. Look at this. $25,000, and we're almost to 26. You guys can get us there today. Back the complete Ayla Rin adventures for great science fiction. We got novels and comics in this series because I am a writing machine, my friends. And welcome aboard, everybody who's checked this out so far. Really appreciate you for being there. It's been an awesome, awesome campaign so far. That link's in the description below for your perusing pleasure. Thank you again. And let's get into the news. Hit the like and subscribe button for more science fiction journalism here. And of course, let's get into Best Novel, because this is the only one people ever really care about or pay attention to as things go along with the Hugo Awards. Best Novel used to be things for like Paul Anderson, Robert Heinlein, Arthur C. Clarke. No longer. Now it's Emily Tesh. And why is Emily Tesh up there? Is Emily Tesh as great of a writer as the ones I just listed? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that's what they want you to believe. But this is a psyop, of course, as you can get into what's going on with this person. It's just another like woke white woman trying to cause problems in science fiction, like always. by not even writing science fiction, pretending it is what it is. And let's look at immediately.
I'm not gonna lie, I think the woke white woman is much worse than the woke white guy. I honestly believe the woke white woman is scarier than the woke white guy. Because no matter what they say, they'll be exempt because there's some type of female, some type of disenfranchised, non-binary X, Y, and Z. They'll use that as a weapon. They'll say they're a feminist. They have all these labels they can hide behind. There's so much the white guy can say unless he's some type of like, trans or something.
How this is advertised as a book. This is the Hugo Award-winning novel. Where are we at? LGBTQ plus science fiction. Oh, wow, what a category. So yes, this is only chosen because of its LGBTQ plusness. And that's all this is about. She can avenge the murder of planet Earth raised in the bowels of Gaia Station. In the last scraps of humanity, she readies herself to face the wisdom, the powerful reality-shaping weapon that gave Majota their victory over humanity. So it's a strong female lead fighting back against the aliens. This is something like didn't the lady who wrote Twilight do one of those? Like 20 years ago. There's nothing that interesting about this.
I agree, because the guy is often just thirsty doing what they are told to get some benefit they think they can get from it.
Yeah, you should hear what going with Neil Gaiman. I think his name is Neil Gaiman, the guy the dude who wrote the Sandman series. He's in a lot of hell. This dude said, and I know we did a video on this a while back about him with the same character, the same YouTuber we're reacting to. He'll say, believe all women. But when he started getting accused of the very thing that he said that you should just believe all women, he's saying they're all fabricated, they're all after him, they was all consensual, they're all lying, don't believe them. Isn't that ironic? The person who says, oh, believe all women, who said he's a male feminist, all of a sudden end up being in the crosshairs of being accused of doing things to not just one, not just two, not just three, not just four, but 5 direct women, and ranging between all their 20s. When he was in his 40s and 60s. That's crazy. I don't trust male feminists like that.
Do you own your own home in Pennsylvania and are still paying for electricity?
I don't trust them like that.
You could be missing out on
especially when they make a lot of feminist talking points. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Is about. She can avenge the murder of planet Earth raised in the bowels of Gaia Station. In the last scraps of humanity, she readies herself to face the wisdom, the powerful reality-shaping weapon that gave Majota their victory over humanity. So it's a strong female lead fighting back against the aliens. This is something like didn't the lady who wrote Twilight do one of those? Like 20 years ago. There's nothing that interesting about this. This is a very standard concept. Anne McCaffrey already did it better in Freedom's Landing back in the day. If you want a strong female lead just fighting back against aliens, there's like thousands of books that can do it. But this one's queer, my friends, and that's what makes it something that has to win an award. And that's exactly what they do every single time now. It's either black or it's queer, and that's what wins them the Hugo.
Yeah, it's either they're queer or they're black. Either one of them or both. If you're both, you're guaranteed.
Awards. Very sad right there. Novella by T. Kingfisher. This is somebody who of course wins almost every year. It's a serial rage baiter online. The type of person who just has a bunch of clout within this community. And by the way, if you just want to see the community here, look at the votes here. We're talking votes of novel. There's a few in here. We've got 4,000 people voting. That's about it. So you're not a lot. And then you get into novella in the other categories, there's even less. So it is just a little clout structure of industries, insiders, and that's all it is. Voting for this stuff, it's nobody normal reads these kind of things whatsoever. And you notice here's another thing, Tor.com. Tor. Uncanny Magazine, which is a woke science fiction magazine that advertises itself as woke, of course. Clark's World, which is, again, just a woke look, best novelette and best short story written by the same person. It's all a clout structure. All of it is just for clout.
Damn.
And nobody read this stuff. Nobody reads things like Uncanny Magazine or Clark's World. They get like 1,000 readers max. And that's really what happens. And so then best series. Now this is an award for given an award. Anne Leckie won the Hugo Award for this for her book a while back. And why? Because it introduced a pronoun society. This was like the proto-pronoun thing back in like the early 2010s. Which actually led to our society becoming as crazy as it is. Anne Leckie's personally responsible for pushing that kind of crap on our society. Now it's winning Best Series because it already won the Best Hugo Award. So it's an award for getting an award. I mean, these people make it so insular. It's absolutely insane at this point.
That's crazy.
Best graphic story or comic is Saga, because Saga is science fiction. It's very degenerate. They have a lot of weird sexual fetishes in it. Of course, that's the only thing that wins these days.
I believe you.
And yeah, this is way better than Saga, guys. I got to tell you that right
him.
now. Best related work, A City on Mars. Not certain what that is. I'm not going to make fun of stuff just because it's there. Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves won the best long form, which is movie length thing. I actually like that movie, so I'll say yes. Pretty cool. The Last of Us then won best short form for basically TV series. They had 2 separate episodes of Star Trek: Strange New Worlds nominated for that, so there was not a lot of competition there. Baldur's Gate 3 for best game. Now let's get into best editor short form. That is Neil Clark. He wins almost every year because of Clark's World. He's like the epicenter of clout in the industry. So again, it's a big clout structure sort of thing. Don't know who Ruoxi Chen is. We can look this up for you real quick because this is what we do here. We research live on the air. A Chinese actor.
On the shaved head. She has a shaved head.
Yeah, as a book editor? Okay. Interesting. Well, there you go.
You guarantee if you go to her, if she has Twitter, 9 times out of 10, she will have pronouns in her name. If she has shaved head, she has pronouns in her name. I'm telling you.
Consultant and writer.
Nice
haircut. So
LOL.
That's what you get down the line here. But you can see this is where it gets really, really interesting. So best fanzine and best fan writer, Paul Weimer. Paul Weimer is a serial hater in science fiction. He's gone out of his way to make political agenda posts just to trash anybody who's not on the correct political deal. And he sort of made his mark doing that. He was kind of a nobody until he started.
Tell you about many people.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say tattoos, but like just because you have tattoos doesn't actually make you crazy. But it is pretty much associated. So if I ever say...
Basically 90% of Twitter has pronounces in bio.
Yeah. I don't ever put that stupid stuff in my stuff. I think that's dumb. I think the pronoun thing is dumb. It makes no sense. I think it's dumb, especially if it's something that can constantly keep on changing. Nah, not doing that. Sorry.
Started trashing people like me, like Larry Correa, like Vox Day. And he'd do it on the hate website File 770, along with on his social media, and he gained a bunch of clout over time, and that's who wins these fanzine and fan cast and fan writers. It's just their little clout chasing people who don't actually contribute anything. Paul Weimer worked as a book reviewer for Barnes and Noble for a while, and the most famous thing actually he's got on the internet right now is the fact that he took pictures of naked kids and posted them up on the internet, which made people go, what the heck is going on? It's also alleged that he's got some weird erotic fan fiction out there that is very creepy, and that sort of thing just gets you extra attention within these communities.
Bruh, what are you doing? What is wrong with these people, bro? Why are they so sexually deviant?
Ryaga Samurai. Oh nah.
Bro, why are they so deviant, bro? Tell me. What is the why? It's like that. It's like that meme I showed on my Twitter. Was it not Twitter? It was on my Instagram when the dude said, "Oh my God, you worked so hard to become the greatest YouTuber ever. It must have been crazy that you got to help your family now, and then now you just made it, bro." And he's like, "Yeah, I really love kids, and like, is this motherfucker serious? Is he serious? Like, come on, dude. You finally made it, and you do this? Why is this a thing? Why is it a thing when you guys finally get some clout or recognition? You just happen to be talking to kids.
LMAO.
Every time, bro.
In a way that's very suspect, and that's why we cover a lot of this stuff, because there's some creepy stuff involved in science fiction and fantasy once it goes deeper. And like I said, like, I mean, it does have an impact on culture. If you look at what Ann Leckie did,
it's just
that,
weird.
The whole pronouns gang thing is almost her fault. So
I know, right? You work this hard. You should stay away from any type. Like, yo, this is why I don't like it when kids come up to me and try to ask me about drawing. I'm like, no, just go somewhere else. Do not, please.
That's what's going on here.
Go
so
away.
This is an embarrassment for the Hugo
Where are your
Awards. This is
parents?
something crazy, and you could see, like, I mean, at this point, it's just a sad convention. You got your mobility scooters here. You got the face diapers on everybody in 2024.
Face diapers
In a mostly empty room. Look at how empty this dealer's room is. You can just see there. It's not like Comic-Con or anything like that. And it's
it's a bunch of old people in their pride chassis and everything. What the hell? Like the old folks' home. I'm not trying to make fun of them for being old, but like, Jesus, this is the convention. Conventions are weird to me sometimes. It just feels like a big empty space of space. Sometimes. I don't know if anyone feels that way. It just feels like a giant empty space of space. And it doesn't feel like it should be that way. It should be like a lot of stuff, but like, it just feels like it's never enough.
It's a very, very aged crowd who's just not really interested anymore. So this is their little meetup. They don't have a lot of people, as you can see, for this like
I just
quote, fan group.
That
It's
clip
like
from
10
that
people.
TV show about a smart doctor who is in kindergarten and asks the kid if she has hair.
Who's dictating these quote awards at this point. It used to be a cultural thing. The reason we cover it, somebody asked me what is a Hugo Award as a comment the other day. It used to mean a lot. This was like the Oscars for science fiction, and like people would buy books just based on it winning the Hugo Award by the droves. I mean, it was something that was a big deal back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and into the 90s too. And then science fiction, because they just chose weirdos over normal people, basically just killed off the fandom, killed off any interest in this kind of thing. And then as they started nominating these creepy works that are just big, their pornography of sex fetishes and things like that, rather than actual science fiction.
I believe that's what that is. I believe that's what we're heading towards. I think this is what ultimately the whole goal is. I believe there is I know probably some of you have heard this term before, or at least this saying. I am starting to think and now starting to believe the same things of what Jordan Lee Peterson was saying, and even Jesse Lee Peterson said as well. I think we're in a very strange spiritual battle. I don't know what exactly, but I feel like there is a spiritual battle that is happening. That's why all these things are happening at once. For those of you who know the idea of like the fall of Rome and also Gomorrah, what do you call it? Sodom and Gomorrah. I feel like this is a spiritual battle that's happening.
They killed the whole reason
to a certain extent.
Have the award to
and
begin
it's
with.
Not a Christian thing. I think it's amongst all religions at the same time. I think every religion is facing the same problem somewhere down the line, or will be eventually. It feels that way.
And so it's really lost almost all of its credibility. It's lost all of its clout within even fan circles. And it's just a dinosaur relic, which these people who I just showed you with their face masks, those are the people who have just destroyed something that used to be a good thing. So we can celebrate some good stuff here, guys. We do it all the time. We have a lot of great friends who make wonderful works in science fiction still, and we're doing it ourselves. And we're actually bringing people in. So I made my announcement yesterday on The Hidden Emperor that, I've got Blaine Pardo, who's from Battletech, a wonderful, amazing science fiction writer, who is writing a short story that's going in as a part of this. And then I announced yesterday that Mike Barron, who wrote the one of the top 5 greatest science fiction characters of all time, Nexus, is doing a short comic script, which will be hitting once we hit that 30,000 stretch goal mark. So, yeah, we're bringing in the best of the best. These are the people who should be winning awards in science fiction, and I'm excited to have them on the team and show you some of their new works, hopefully expose you to some good stuff as well as we laugh at these people out there. All right, that's the Hugo Awards. What do you think? Are you going to get the LGBTQ fiction last novel, strong female lead fighting off some aliens? By the way,
hell no!
You notice she looks exactly like the author? I showed you a picture of the author. It's
Wait,
always
what?
a self-insert with these
For
people.
real?
100% of the time. Leave a comment down below with what you think about this. Hit the like and subscribe button. And do check out The Hidden Emperor, my friends. It's in the description
you
below.
really did show
We'll be
her.
back soon.
Okay, so that was John Dell on the whole Hugo Awards thing. I'm only showing this because it's not that I'm into science fiction writing or anything like that. It's just that it seems like nearly every entertainment medium is being affected by this issue that keeps infiltrating all industries, whether it be writing all the way to video games, the movies and stuff. It just seems like it's a weird infiltration that we need to really do something about, because it's getting to a point where people are just going to get tired of this and things are going to go really, really bad eventually. Like, I feel like there's a keg. Like a keg is about to go off. Like it's just building up, and one day it's going to go to a point where there's no return. So I'm shedding light on this to a certain extent with my reaction, alongside giving John here some recognition for his work and all that great stuff. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I see you guys in the next one. If you like John, please give him a follow, and also follow him if you can, and all that great stuff. Laters. Okay, Star Wars Theory, Humanity, Ubisoft. Let me see this one. Acolyte. I'll give John that one. Hugo Awards. Okay. Get rid of this. That's 2 acolytes. They're trying to.
A few days ago, I posted a video.
All right, so I'll go from here to.
Borderlands.
Okay, let's do this real quick. This is Reaper. For those of you who know who they are, who Reaper is, he is a YouTube critic who points out the literal hypocrisy of these movies, just as bluntly as possible. He doesn't even go around the bush. He says it, and he says it. Like, I think there's even some form of words he would love to use.
Yep.
But I know that he might get in trouble, so he tries to keep it as, I want to say the word edgy. He tries to keep it as to the point as possible. So this is about Borderlands, for those who are familiar with. If you care about this, jump out here.
Boricorn. Oh, I see the Snorderlands movie, LOL.
Okay, good. So I'm going to play this, and he's going to give his review on this, and it's going to be fun. Watch this.
The Borderlands movie is absolutely terrible, and it's one of the most unfunny, unpleasant experiences I've had at the cinema. The movie is full of annoying girl bosses, awful characters, dumb plot holes, the girl who's the key to everything trope, and a bad soundtrack. Eli Roth, the director, has somehow managed to make one of the worst video game adaptations in history. It tries very hard to be Guardians of the Galaxy, but completely fails to understand why that movie works. And just like most other shit adaptations, it's
British
filled with
accent.
completely empty, meaningless Easter eggs that are only...
No, I think it's Irish. I think it's an Irish accent. I don't think it's British. I think it's Irish. But, like, given whether it's Australian, Irish, or British, when they curse, it feels potent. When they curse at you, it feels kind of potent. It feels real.
there to try and trick the audience into thinking that the writers are fans of the games when they are clearly not. There is nothing remotely enjoyable about this.
But his accent makes it a lot more fun to listen to because it's funny. Not funny sounding, but the way he says things sometimes is kind of funny, but it has its potency.
Movie as the action scenes go.
Similar.
Yeah, very similar.
Rick's official.
I think the most
Be a
similar
support hero
between the
today.
two is probably British
By
and,
using commands
Irish.
like /donation and /cash app.
Australian's a little bit more easy to detect, but when it comes to like if it's between British and Irish, they sound very alike. But
Can't park their mate shushing face.
can't fuck their mate.
On far too long and are not even good to watch. They are dull, boring and lifeless with no stakes attached to them. The CGI looks like cat shit, the plot is an absolute mess, and most of the characters are useless. Literally half the characters are completely wasted as the writers do absolutely nothing with them. And the other half are just a bunch of poorly casted women, most of whom are way too old to be playing these young characters. Most of the girls in this behave like assholes to everyone because modern writers seem to think that being a wanker is the same as being a tough guy. First off, we have Lilith, the main character, who is played by Cate Blanchett, a woman who is at least 30 years too old to be playing such a woman. In the games, Lilith is in her late 20s, whereas Cate Blanchett is in her 50s, and you can tell she's had a lot of Botox, what with how little her facial expressions changed throughout the movie. Lilith is the stereotypical unlikable girl boss that treats everyone around her like shit because the writers are desperate for her to come across like a strong, independent woman rather than what she really is, which is just an asshole. Her character has a very weak motivation to get involved and stay in the story. Lilith is just offered a bunch of money to take on a very dangerous job that she doesn't want to do, but we never find out why she needs the money or what she really wants in general. She has no personal motivation for the audience to get invested in. She's nothing more than a two-dimensional girl boss who is also the most amazing person to have ever existed.
I am shocked. Shocked!
But not that shocked.
Well, not that shocked.
Next up is Tina, who is the girl that is the key to everything. She has a contradictory personality because on one hand, her being the most important person alive is why she has never been free, is always being hunted by her dad and is the source of all her problems. But by the end of the movie, when she finds out that she's not special, it's the most devastating news to her because now she enjoys being the chosen one, which makes absolutely no sense. She's also pretty annoying and has a brother-sister relationship with Krieg the Psycho, who is completely wasted. You'll find that the film does this a lot, as it wastes a lot of time on shit that doesn't matter, but rushes very important character-building moments, most of which happens off-screen, which is exactly what they did with Krieg, because at the beginning of the movie, he's just a prisoner that meets Tina and Roland for the first time, before the plot fast-forwards several months later, and now they're the best of friends. That's it.
Wow.
That's all we get from them. They are basically family, and it all happened off-camera. This film needed one scene to show why these characters are so attached to each other. Krieg's a psycho, so why not lean into that? Maybe he had a rabbit that died when he was young, and now he mistakes Tina and her bunny ears for being that rabbit. Or maybe, if you want to go darker, he plans to kill her himself in a special way, and is only being protective of her until then.
Nope.
Literally anything would have been better than nothing, which is what we got.
We're doing reactions, so you can jump over here and watch the YouTube video or the Twitch if you want to hear what we're listening to, but if you don't want to, you can stay over there on YouTube.
All we needed was one scene to explain why they are so attached to each other. But no, we got fuck all. And Kevin Hart's character Roland is no different. His motivation is that he wants to stop the main baddie from getting to the vault, which is this alien bunker which has all this technology. And he used to be the leader of the Crimson Raiders, which is the mercenary group that the main villain now controls. Just what is his connection to the woman who is now in charge of the group, and what made him turn against the main baddie? Well, we never find out because these plotlines remain unresolved and go nowhere, just like his character.
A lot of that going around.
Yeah, it's an epidemic.
Jamie Lee Curtis plays Patricia Tannis, who again is another poorly casted actress. This is what Tannis is supposed to look like, a young hot scientist, whereas Jamie Lee Curtis is almost 70 years old. Her character is connected to Lilith as she was trusted with her safety by her mother when she was a child, before giving her away to a bunch of dangerous criminals, all because she couldn't be bothered to raise Lilith herself. So the pair of them have some seriously unresolved issues that they have to work through. but Lilith and Tannis only have one argument between them with nothing being fixed, but by the end of the movie they just become friends and all is forgiven.
That's so fucking lazy.
Tannis is also completely obsessed with finding and opening the vault, which is the main reason why she abandoned Lilith, but we never find out why she is, other than the plot needs her to. Again, she's just another bland, generic, two-dimensional character that goes absolutely nowhere. And finally, we come to the one person whose character has been totally assassinated from the games, and it's Claptrap. He does not remotely resemble the original Claptrap from the games, as he behaves like a completely different person that doesn't even swear.
Hey there, it's Lilith. I'm the leader and stuff. Where's the vault? Where's my vault?
Well, of course you won with those cards. Even Steve could have won with those cards. And all he can say is hey-o. Shut the f*** up, Steve!
Voiced by Jack Black, he is the most unfunny and irritating person out of everyone. So he's exactly like Jack Black. He is one of the reasons why the film is not just unfunny, but is actually anti-comedy as well.
Damn. Damn. Number one rule when you're trying to make a comedic character, especially of an animated one, you never make them annoying. You never make them annoying. You never make the little comedic relief cute thing, or even not even that cute, but supposed to be funny, annoying. That just makes it much worse.
Can I get a Minion movie with all the minions looking like that? LOL.
Whenever Claptrap is on the screen, you can actually feel everyone in the audience collectively groan as he sucks all of the humour out of the room, which is exactly what happened to the theatre that I was in when I went to see it. There were kids there and not one of them laughed for the entire duration of the movie because even dumb kids realised that this film was dog shit.
I'm actually embarrassed for you.
The comedy being painfully unfunny is quite ironic since it actually has two comedians in this movie, Kevin Hart and Bobby Lee. But even comedians can't be funny if they've got a boring script and nothing to work with. Aesthetically, this doesn't look that much like Borderlands either, as after only looking online for 2 minutes, I managed to find a much better and more accurate costume design done by a cosplayer that actually resembles the art style from the games. And I guarantee that this costume cost way less than the shit they are wearing in the movie.
You can take that to the damn bank!
Last but not least, we have the story, which feels less like
to annoy the characters, not the audience.
Yeah. And it's supposed to be funny, too. That's what makes it even more sad. It's supposed to be much more funnier than it is. That's crazy. That's crazy.
A narrative and more like a sequence of events stacked on top of one another with no connective thread that ties them all together. Most of the story beats are find a thing that points to the next thing, have a big fight before escaping and repeat. And because of this repetitive storytelling, somehow the plot feels both incredibly slow and rushed as well, because they just skip past important plot details and character motivations, but waste tons of time on Claptrap doing really unfunny dumb shit. There's also a bunch of plot holes and story details that don't make any sense, like why did Lilith's mother stay behind on Pandora to record a message and be murdered, instead of just leaving with her daughter? Why did Claptrap, who was programmed by her mother to help Lilith when she returned to Pandora, not just give Lilith her mother's final message, and instead for some reason have to scan a random drawing she did as a kid for it to activate? And by the end of the movie, how is Lilith the Firebird god of an alien race that died out years before she was born? What, did her mother get fucked by an alien?
Who fucking cares?
Borderlands is looking to become a box office failure and it completely deserves to bomb. But this is exactly what happens when the director is not looking to make a faithful adaptation, but rather a skin suit movie. Which, for those of you who don't know, a skin suit is when a director intentionally creates a movie or TV show that's completely different from the franchise or source material that it's supposed to be set in, and they just slap the title of the brand on the skin suit to help sell this fake product to people as the real thing. For example, think of Netflix's Resident Evil, which is supposed to be about zombies, but in actuality it's about two annoying black sisters arguing with each other about who's more irritating. Or Ghostbusters 2016, which is supposed to be about ghosts, but in actuality, it's about a bunch of unfunny feminists showing us just how far you can go on no talent. Or the upcoming Snow White movie, where there is no Prince Charming. Snow White, who was named such for her skin colour, is now brown, and the dwarves can't be called dwarves because that's offensive, is coming out, which has absolutely nothing in common with the original tale. So yeah, don't watch Borderlands. It's not even fun to hate watch. It's just a boring slog with shit characters, unfunny jokes and bad action scenes.
It's a piece of shit.
Damn. So that was Reaper on the Borderlands thing. That's so sad. That is so sad. Oh man, I'm sorry. I probably saved a lot of people from wasting their money to go see this terrible movie. So with that said, I'd like to subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one. And this was Reaper. Give him a follow. If you can't find him, it will be in the descriptions and also into the title. So that's it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters.
Ryaga Samurai. LMAO.
This to make their movies.
Okay. So let's see here. The Acolyte is sued for anti-male sexism and Disney implodes. Okay, so this is from Jesse Grant. I'm not familiar with him, but this is 8 minutes long, and we'll see what it's about. So Disney's being sued for their anti-male stuff. What happened? That happened to me a lot. Yeah, it happened to me a lot. Like a lot, and I wanted to draw something.
You've all seen that a couple months ago, Disney was hit with a lawsuit for their illegal discrimination against men, and it would seem as though it was just an overall company lawsuit and had nothing to do with an individual show or an individual movie. However, when we analyze Disney's actions as of late, it paints a completely different story, as it would appear as though the Acolyte played a large role in this lawsuit, or could potentially play a large role as evidence if this were to actually go to court, as the Acolyte definitely showcases the current culture of Disney, Lucasfilm, and any of its owned franchises.
Because I feel like Star Wars is very like patriarchal.
And I wouldn't be doing my job.
Listen, I don't know, I'm not even a Star Wars fan, and when I saw that clip, that made me so mad. Patriarchal? What are you talking about? There is women, there is minorities, there is aliens and different type of species in this universe, this IP. What are you talking about? You're just saying that because it sounds good. When it was not even accurate. What the hell? And then she says, yes, yes, yes. And they start clapping. I'm like, why are you guys clapping? This is a lie. It's all a lie. This woman's lying. Actually, she's not even lying. She just got coaxed of saying that. That's wild.
If I didn't see these clues and not report on them to try and paint an accurate picture for you guys, or at least get to the bottom of what this lawsuit is and the current state that Disney is in. Now, there may be information that is undisclosed to the public, there probably is, but this is me making the most of all the information we currently have access to try and actually figure out what this lawsuit is all about and why the Acolyte seems to have played
I feel like Madden is very patriarchal.
Role. Because around the same time this lawsuit came to light, Disney began dismissing many of their heads of department, from the president of Disney, quote unquote, leaving the company.
I see that. What? Okay, I made a new one anyway.
To their head of diversity also choosing to quote unquote part ways.
See, now that's some bullshit.
To then reports of the studio cancelling or delaying multiple upcoming projects from Disney, Marvel, and Star Wars, and this was all in the few weeks building up to the release of the Acolyte trailer, and then the eventual release of the Acolyte itself, only to not announce a Season 2, which, let's be honest, if the show was a success, they would have announced the second season before the first season even ended, given the fact that they already admitted to having a plan for it. So I think it's a fair gone conclusion that they want the Acolyte wrapped up. They probably wanted nothing to do with the Acolyte building up to the show, but it was just too late for them to actually cancel. So when you look at all of this, it does make it appear as though they were very worried about the Acolyte, but given the fact that it was too late for them to cancel the show, in order to avoid bigger repercussions or to mute the effects of a lawsuit, they then cleaned up their entire studio behind the scenes and also cleaned up all of the potential releases, so when the Acolyte Abomination did eventually release, it wouldn't be able to be coupled with other elements of Disney to build a stronger case against the company. Because I think it's fair to say that whatever the law department is that's behind this lawsuit attacking Disney, they're not going to give up without a fight, given the fact that they're being led by the richest man on the planet.
She's the district attorney who protected children from sexual predators. She's the attorney general who stood up to the big...
And I think if this lawsuit does go to court, then a lawyer would have looked to claim that the Acolyte represented the culture of Disney and how they discriminate against men continuously. Because when you look at the main characters of the Acolyte, the only men in that list are either evil, weak, or they eventually die. From the villain being a man while the hero is a woman, which seems to be a running trend for Disney as of late, to then Master Soul being corrupted and a rogue Jedi who also ends up dying, to then the other two kind of main male characters being either very pathetically weak or dying as well. And then when you look at all of the heroes of the story, from the main characters to the main character's mother, to the entire female lesbian planet, to also the heroes of the Jedi itself, they are all women. And then you can also look at the fact that the show was produced by someone who literally wore this t-shirt. So I mean, come on, the facts speak for themselves, and I think it would have been pretty easy to try and paint this picture in court, and I think Disney were intelligent enough to know that, and that's why they probably tried to clean up everything around the show and behind the scenes at the company to avoid any of these crazy repercussions. Because now through Disney taking those actions, the overall case against them is slightly weaker, because they can now also make the argument that the Acolyte was just a show that was at the creative whims of the writers and creatives behind it, and doesn't reflect the overall studio. But even then, we did see this video get leaked by Elon Musk, I believe, which definitely does reflect the overall studio if it's proven to be true.
Certainly, there have been times where, you know, there's no way we're hiring a white male person.
Just kind of unspoken.
There are times when it's spoken, but...
How would they say it?
There's no way we're hiring a white male person.
JR. I'm back. Ryaga Samurai. Teach muted.
I'm just saying to myself, this is madness. This is the perfect freeze frame though. But I don't know what it is, but what possessed this man to give companies secrets like this is beyond me. How did he just give secrets? This woman must have been a beautiful woman for him to be saying all this or something. And even that's not good enough. Like, my God, that's crazy to me. He just said all that, and then he doesn't think, this might get back to me some way, somehow. Me giving... Remember, she's not a fellow employee. She's just some random date he went on. Not knowing that she was an undercover PI.
Like straight to you, or okay.
They'd be very careful how they message that to agents. We wanted to hire somebody in the department a few years ago now, who was half black, but didn't appear half black. And there was a creative executive who was like, "We're not that's not what's wrong."
So look, I think Disney knew The Acolyte was going to be a massive disaster and was going to play a major factor in this discrimination lawsuit, which has led them to take the actions they have. However, it must be said that even though they were seemingly forced into this position, at least it has resulted in them actually cleaning up their release slate, because I don't care why they necessarily do something, I just care about if the movies are good or not. But now we have Deadpool 3 coming up, which definitely looks great, and then there's also the steps they've taken to get better directors for their next few Marvel movies, which is obviously going to improve the quality of those films as well. So hopefully all of this leads Disney to a place where the movies are great, the diversity is balanced and doesn't favor one particular side over the other, and the entire creative team is solely focused on telling the best story possible and not pushing whatever ideology they have in front of a good story, but rather leading with a good, entertaining movie. Because the fact of the matter is that Disney and Marvel were diverse before they fell into this terrible pit of terrible movies, because Avengers Endgame was diverse, but was also great. The Spider-Man trilogy was also diverse, but it was also great, and it didn't have any of those quote-unquote toxic fans attacking it because the story was amazing. So clearly you can be diverse and still tell a good story. Diversity isn't the issue, but when we look at something like The Acolyte, or we look at something like this leaked video showcasing how they're prioritizing one gender over the other, that's just not right, and that's not going to lead a company or a world to a better place. So let's just stop swinging the pendulum too far left and then too far right. Let's keep it balanced and just make great movies, because I'm sure that if they can get back to making good films, many people will get back on the bandwagon, many people will enjoy those movies and get back to supporting things like the MCU, to things like Star Wars, because even if they are quote-unquote toxic fans, it's still in the name, they're still fans, so I'm sure if something's good, they're going to enjoy it, they're going to get behind it, and they're going to support it. So let's stop attacking the fans, let's stop attacking any gender or anyone for their own background, and let's just get back to telling good stories. Hopefully this lawsuit leads us to that place, but that remains to be seen. But what are your thoughts on The Acolyte playing a part in this lawsuit? Let me know down below in the comments. If you liked the video, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you all on my next video.
MS-13 gang member.
Alright, so that was Jesse Grant on the whole Acolyte being sued and stuff like that, which is crazy. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one and all that good stuff. Now let's see.
Now I came across this particular article that I...
Local Ubisoft caught in a lie. Okay. What is this one?
Let's start this.
Let's see this one. Okay, we only got... Oh my God. Kyle will be last. So what's this one? This will be this one.
thought was...
Okay, here's woke Ubisoft. Caught in a lie. Companies bust into lying investigators about Assassin's Creed Shadows by Hypnotic. Let's sell.
Very interesting, because I've never heard of this particular website that apparently monitors and tracks community sentiment around any given thing. Mostly gaming, it seems like they focus on. And I think it's pretty damn interesting, because right now you guys are very much aware that Ubisoft is trying to change the entire narrative surrounding Assassin's Creed Shadows into something that's positive. They try to claim to their investors that, oh yeah, community sentiment is extremely positive regarding the game, but apparently, according to this website that monitors stuff like this, that's actually a bold-faced lie, and we pretty much already knew that.
That's cap. I accuse you of capping.
Now, we have an article here from That Part Place with a headline that reads, New Player Sentiment Analysis Contradicts Ubisoft's Claim that Assassin's Creed Shadows has positive community sentiment. Now, we already know, like I said, a lot of the drama is pretty damn hard out there for Assassin's Creed Shadows. People are not liking this game, and it's not just white right-wingers as they like to make it seem. There's a lot of different kinds of people that don't like the obvious virtue signal for the decision to use Yasuke as a samurai to represent all of feudal Japan. You know, it was a pretty obvious decision. At least I should say it was pretty obvious why they made that decision. And even though they get called out on it, they want to pretend as if everybody's in love with them. So let's get into this article from That Park Plays. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. Now, I think that this particular website or this particular analysis that's conducted by something called Player XP, I think it's going to be very interesting moving forward, because if they do more of this stuff for other video games in the AAA sector, I think it's going to completely destroy the bullshit narrative that they try to spin around a lot of their virtue signaling games. It says a new player sentiment analysis conducted by Player XP contradicts Ubisoft's claim that Assassin's Creed Shadows has positive community sentiment. During the company's Q1 FY 2025 sales conference in July, an investor from HSBC asked about how pre-orders for both Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows compared to previous Ubisoft releases. Now, this is what I mentioned in the beginning of the video, and this is why these investor calls are very important to listen to, because they have to publicly lie and they have to publicly spin the story around these games. And us, right? Us who are involved in this whole nonsense, us who know what's truly happening out there, what people are really thinking, people like us, when we watch these investors calls, it's unfortunate because we can catch the bullshit pretty easily. But these investors are fucking stupid, right? They have more money than they have knowledge over what's happening in the actual gaming space. They don't care about the culture aspect. They only want to see returns on their money. And when it comes to them not getting returns on their money, they're too busy listening to these fucking CEOs and these people who are obviously lying to them. They're listening to them, and they're not investigating themselves and realizing what's truly happening and why things are starting to spin in the opposite direction. It says Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot responded, "We don't disclose nor comment on pre-orders usually." Stop right there. I'm telling you right now, and I say this in every single video that I make about this subject or something similar. If I'm an investor for a certain company and I ask a question and they say they can't comment on it, chances are I'm going to pull out of that company. If you mean to tell me that you can't comment at all about my particular question regarding where I'm spending my money, I think that is a huge issue. And I think a lot more investors need to be a little bit smarter when it comes to these kind of companies that will give you this bullshit response. If you're saying you can't comment on pre-orders usually, that means that you can comment on pre-orders sometimes. And you...
He's not wrong. He is not wrong.
Better make that sometime now when I'm asking you. Then he says, what we can say, what we've been observing and measuring is that our own two big titles actually are among the most awaited games of the industry, and they enjoy very strong positive community sentiment overall. Okay, so if that's the case, let's get into now Player XP's little analysis that we have going on here. It says, however, Player XP's community sentiment report for Assassin's Creed Shadows disputes this claim. The company found that the overall sentiment calculated, which represents the voice of the players, is negative 13. Now, I don't know what that means in general regarding to their, I guess, to the way that they break everything down. But considering that it's in red, you gotta imagine it's probably not a good thing. But I do like the fact that it breaks it down through different platforms. It actually shows you what the actual conversation is like on each particular platform. And I like it. I like that a lot, because we all know each platform is very different. Each platform has very much a different kind of mindset when it comes to the content that's there, right? YouTube is a little more, I guess, a little more nuanced. You know, you have basically everything on YouTube. Twitter is now finally allowing a little bit of everything. TikTok is very young, right? TikTok is very young, very TikTok brain, right? People who have ADD can't really focus for longer than 10 to 15 seconds. Facebook has all the old people, right? For the most part, Facebook is all older people. So it's interesting. Now let's see what's going on here. It said it had a negative 14 rating on YouTube, where the majority of interactions came from. Okay, so it has a total interaction in this sample of 129,633, okay? This was taken from 15/05/2024 to 23/07/2024, okay? So a few months. Now, if you look at the actual interaction, negative 14 on YouTube, negative 7 on X. So it's really not that bad on X. I think that closer to 0 usually is more even. Positive 2 on TikTok, not surprising considering that, again, TikTok, younger crowd, they don't really, they're a little bit too stupid, unfortunately, to understand when a company is trying to utilize them for a virtue signal. And then, this is the most shocking one to me. Negative 55 rating on Facebook, albeit it only factored in 105 interactions. So even though that had the biggest negative sentiment out of all the platforms, it had the smallest sample. Because Facebook, let's be real, man, you're not going to find a lot of this content on Facebook.
What the heck?
What's up, Mechanical?
People are going to X for that, right? Or YouTube for that. So I think this is interesting that out of it, basically it's half of the sentiment, half of the interactions that they found.
That's how I feel about TikTok.
Yeah, I feel that same way about TikTok as well.
Or negative, which is pretty insane. Furthermore, the analysis detailed many of the biggest talking points and keywords have negative sentiment, including Japan, Ubisoft, Yasuke, and history. Player XP noted that these all have significant negative sentiment associated with the historical element being the most negative at negative 45. This has been driven by players expressing concern about the historical accuracy and cultural depiction. It added additionally, the character Yasuke has received a negative sentiment score of negative 17 from the player community. Aligning with the themes, players have highlighted inaccuracies related to this character. It is worth noting that Ubisoft player community is highly engaged with a record number of interactions in a short date range, and talking points around excitement of the new launch drove positive sentiment to plus 34 player XP shared. So, okay, let's look at this. Look at this breakdown here. So you got interactions, positive, neutral, negative, and the overall sentiment, right? They have Japanese/Japan. The majority of it is 1,444 interactions, and it seems like a negative 36 sentiment. Ubisoft or Ubi has 1,001 interactions with a negative 39 sentiment. Yasuke's 592 with a negative 17. History/historical 543 with a negative 45. And Assassin's Creed overall Assassin's Creed, the discussion of Assassin's Creed in general, I assume, is a +1. So it's damn near at 0. That's how close it is to even in terms of that conversation. But everything else related to that particular conversation is negative across the board. And not even by the light amount. We're talking massively negative. Everything is in the red. Later in the report, Player XP detailed that one of the primary areas of negative sentiment emerged from around the monetization category. That I'm not surprised. Notably, the monetization topic is a recurring source of dissatisfaction, as seen in the community's reaction to both Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. The player community has voiced frustrations about Ubisoft's perceived prioritization of monetization strategies over player experience, a sentiment that is influencing their reception of Assassin's Creed Shadows. The consistent negative feedback regarding monetization strategies suggests that players feel unheard, affecting their overall trust in Ubisoft. Now, listen, I've been saying this for the longest time, man. Yep, the woke shit is very annoying. Let's not pretend like it's not, okay? The woke shit is absolutely annoying. We know exactly why they're doing what they're doing in both games, all right? They may try to gaslight you. They may try to lie to you over the reason why it's happening, but we all know why it's happening. It's very clear. Anybody with a brain can see that. However, the main topic that people should be talking about is the corporate monetization and the fact that they're trying to literally rip you off, all right? They are ripping you off through and through. There is no doubt about it. They're charging you $139.99 for what's considered the ultimate edition of the game, and that's because they want to try to push you to their monthly subscription service. This is the reason why they're making their ultimate edition so expensive, because they win regardless, right? Even if you do not subscribe to Ubisoft Plus or whatever the fuck it's called, at the end of the day, if they can convince you to spend $140 on a singular game, they got you either way. It doesn't matter. Obviously, they would rather have you as a subscription person because it's better for their investors, but it doesn't matter. They got a ton of money up front where they normally wouldn't charge you that much money. So if you buy this game, they got you. It just doesn't matter. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it.
Is also just a cover for the scam business practices, and when people don't like it, they'll just look like it's because they're virtue signaling and people will come to its defense.
Yeah. You only always have to learn what I've learned. No matter what your product is, no matter how stupid your product may be or how needed it might be, there's going to be someone who's going to buy it or think it's a good idea. So even if it's under that veil at all, there's going to be someone who's going to defend something. They don't have to even believe in that crap. They just have to. They just want to defend something along that virtue signaling. So yeah, that happens more. Anything. All right. So this is Hypnotic with the Hypnotic. Yeah, Hypnotic with the whole Ubisoft thing. So like, share, follow, comment, give them a follow, and all that great stuff. If you like what you see, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right. We have 2 anti-woke videos left. So we're going. So this is from Andy Pants Gaming. Is this DEI the game? I haven't watched it before, but I heard this was kind of funny. So let's see if this is gonna be as what people say was funny.
No, yep, there it is. Evil white people. Finally, you see a white person, and surprise, they're evil. This is what a 40-year-old millennial, as I've said, thinks that a 20-year-old is into. What's going on, boys? We are living in the woke apocalypse now. This is the darkest timeline. Some people sent me this game and told me that they wanted to see my reaction to it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm also going to cover some funny memes from the Discord, from the Andy Pants Discord channel. But I want to talk about this game, Dustborn, first. People are calling this DEI the game, woke the game. You've got all of the token fucking minorities here. And really, this game looks like a 40-year-old millennial's fever dream. Like, this is what a 40-year-old millennial today thinks is cool. They don't realize that they're like 20 years out of date. They think, oh yeah, let's have a cool black lesbian chick with a baseball bat and headphones and a toboggan and a little like face on her baseball bat. Like, this is cool. This is what the kids think is cool. But it's like, dude, you're 45. Go to the nursing home. Go to sleep. Go take your pills. Nobody thinks this shit is cool anymore. Nobody wants to play this. Do you know how I know that? Let's just read the comments, because these comments are hilarious. First one says, final boss is a white man with a whip.
The final boss is a white man with a whip. Wow. That might be actually a thing. That's crazy.
You asked AI to make a game based on Twitter, Tumblr, DeviantArt. This would be it. Somebody said, I play games to get away from these weirdos. But guys, first let's go to let's go to the official website for Dustborn for this really cool game that we want to play. Oh, there it is. Evil white man. Evil white man.
It's not even that. It's not even that he's an evil white man. Bro kind of looks like JFK.
Let's go to the official website.
Why does he look like
Dustborn
JFK?
For this really cool game that we want to play.
Yo, bro, it looks like JFK. Did they personally pick a man that looks like JFK? Wasn't JFK Democrat?
Oh, there it is. Evil white man. Evil white man. Every single this is how you know you've got a woke game. Every character in the game is non-white except for the villain. Gotta have an evil white villain. That's always in the sad racist. Like, don't you love how it's quote unquote inclusive? These people make such inclusive games, but they never include like white people or normal people or straight people or people who have values and morality. Look at that. I just happened upon this one sentence, but this is not a one-woman job. The fanatical Puritans are on your ass. The authoritarian justice is in your way. You know, I find it funny when progressive homo leftists talk about us being Puritans. When who could be more puritanical than the LGBTQ mafia? Like, you have to use my pronouns. You're causing a hate crime because you didn't use my pronouns. Dustborn is a single-player, story-driven action-adventure game about hope, love, friendship, robots, and the power of words. This is the quirky. And look, y'all, I'm 40. I'm a millennial, but I can also zoom out and see my generation a little bit better than most. When Gen Z makes fun of us,
bro, doing sound 40
us now, like, it's totally justified, to be honest. And I say that as a millennial. Like, if you want to see millennial humor par excellence, go see Deadpool. Deadpool perfectly encapsulates millennial humor. But guys, look at the diversity check boxes that are getting ticked by this game. You've got, of course, edgy black lesbian chick with a guitar. You've got a he, she, it that's fat, that's like not sure what they are. Like, oh, yeah, they have Native American braids, but they're fat, but it's probably a dude. You have Latino looking guy that's like the millennial definition of what they thought was cool like 20 years ago, but they're painfully out of date. You've got, and I found out from watching the trailer that this is actually supposed to be a chick here in the background. And then you've got like the quirky robot. This sentence here pretty much sums up shitty millennial humor. Hope, love, friendship, robots. Ooh, so quirky. What a quirky game, throwing robots into a video game. Ooh, look at these fucking characters. Like, I don't want to exist in a world. I don't want to exist in a world where I have to interact with these creatures. Like, of course you have gay guy, lesbian chick, he, she, it, ugly person that nobody on earth, male or female, would want to have sex with, and then a robot. Like, these people are depraved, broken individuals. Oh yeah. This is totally like in a world. This is totally like a reference to Trump here. Like, oh, evil Trump gonna build the wall. Even though, guys, last I checked, what are the border policies of Switzerland? What are the border policies of Austria and England and Japan? Last I checked, every country on earth doesn't just let you come in and set up shop. There's border policies, but it's, for some reason, it's hateful and it's bigoted when America does it. It's like leftists are just retarded. I'm sorry, they're fucking retarded.
World divided by disinformation.
Let's listen to that.
In a world divided by disinformation.
Divided by disinformation. Ooh, Trump triggers me. Ooh. When Trump gets on and says true things, I get so triggered by the truth. Ooh.
Danger lurks around every turn.
Robots, so quirky robots.
A motley crew of misfits.
A motley crew of misfits. This is so.
Turn.
If you remember, Rock Band came out in like 2008, and me being a millennial, it was one of my first tech jobs that I had in 2008. They instantly dated themselves.
Interesting that the bad America is called a republic. If you know anything about history, America is a republic.
Because as I'll show you in a minute, millennials are literally this meme. This whoever made this game,
love having JR comes with the box,
is this meme right here. And this game is their attempt to say, how do you do, my fellow kids? What's up, teens? Like, millennials think the 40-year-old millennial who made this game, they think this is what 20-year-olds are into, and they're not. Because I actually talk to 20-year-olds and they hate this shit.
Full road trip to discover their true.
A road trip, woo!
Please tell me you're done. Oh, we're just getting started, dude.
Oh man, why does it hurt? Why does that hurt? Why does that hurt so much? Why do we have to always do this? Why does every trailer have to do the whole like build up, and then it does the build up thing, and then it just kind of does that stop the music, and then someone says a one-liner or some stupid. Every movie does it, video game does it. It's just.
I eat glass .789. Artex Imacry loudly crying face. JR. That dialogue was so cringe I felt it in my soul.
Yeah.
Dude, this is very cringe. Just listen to this. Listen to this like piss poor attempt at humor right here.
They're true. Please tell me you're done. Oh, we're just getting started.
So there's like this epic swelling build up, and then it's like record scratch.
Cover. They're true. Please tell me you're done.
Please tell me you're done.
Oh, we're just getting started, dude.
Oh, we're just getting started, dude. Like, it's so
cringe.
It's so unbelievably
My
cringe.
dog ate the
10
cupcake I had
people
in
are
my
gonna buy
hand.
this game. And whoever made this shit, like they're all gonna lose their jobs. They're all going out of business because nobody wants to play this woke homo communist 2024 game. It's a combination of Tumblr and Twitter and every woke homo imaginable. Like, what is she? She's not attractive, and of course, like, I just see like diversity checkboxes popping up on my screen. It's like, oh, women, lesbian, oh, check, black, check, Native American, check. Here's the downfall of these millennial homo game devs is they didn't focus on making it a good game. They thought it's this pick me attitude of like, oh, if I just check a bunch of diversity boxes, then I'll be a good boy. Then people will like me. It's so desperately begging on their knees for attention and acclaim by checking diversity checkboxes. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but look, this is the staff photo of BioWare from the 90s. Notice it's all dudes. Like, what, there's like one chick in here. It's all dudes, guys. When you get a bunch of dudes together and there's no women involved, a good video game gets made. Great. I'm sorry. They made Doom. It's a bunch of dudes. Do you think these guys in the 90s making video games cared about a diverse?
What are you drawing?
I'm doing a OC.
Diversity checkbox? No, they were just trying to make a good game. But when you have art school dropouts who want to make games that their friends will applaud them for by checking diversity tick boxes, then you have a disaster of a video game.
What is this music?
I believe the kids call it K-pop music.
Just K-pop.
Turn it down.
Leave my music alone.
Shut the hell.
It's just more like quirky conversation. Ooh, quirky millennial humor. Woo.
Did you make the backstory?
No, I'm just making a character.
It's funny to watch like homo 40-year-old millennials. Like, they've lost the culture war. Like, all of the young guys, all of like the 20-year-old guys are voting conservative these days.
More for my
because everyone is sick of this shit. Nobody likes these people.
Words have power.
The people represented in this game, nobody likes them.
They can give you strength. Ready for this?
Next level brain
Stand
rot.
still.
It is.
Words can bring people together.
Just like the most bland. Oh, of course. Yeah, she's a lesbian. That's her lesbian girlfriend. Of course, it is the most bland ass combat you've ever seen. Of course, it's, oh, Trump is evil.
Is there a reason why the girlfriend is so pale? Is that a vitiligo thing? I don't know. Why is she so pale? Is that on purpose? I'm not even trying to be funny or trying to be edgy on that. Why is she so pale? Is there a reason for that? There probably is a reason why she's so pale. They may even mention that.
America is evil. Borders are evil.
Because if they have vitiligo girl over there or person, they definitely will explain why that person's so pale too.
No, every country on earth has borders. It's only evil when America does it.
Stand still.
Just like delusional, woke, useless homo leftists.
She's a vampire.
Words can bring people together and tear them apart.
Words can bring people together and tear them apart.
JR. What's wild is that you can have a character be gay, if it makes sense and you focus on the game world/story and gameplay first.
Yep.
But activism these days is just tokenism, virtue signaling.
Yep. You can have a gay character and write them to be cool, or at least interesting. You can, it's possible, but because we focus too much on they are that, and that's all they are, and that's all we're going to talk about and mention every 5 seconds just to remind you, just to let you know. And even when we're done telling you, we're going to tell you some more. You know what I'm saying? That's how that works, and it's really frustrating. that kills creativity and just overall everything.
But if words hold so much power, he has no respect.
No, yep, there it is. Evil white people. Finally, you see a white person, and surprise, they're evil.
For you.
She's right.
The question is...
On the back, you have white man evil, white man bad man, evil Trump. And then you have, this quirky bus that we're all on. And then, of course, you have the millennial character stand-in, the how do you do, my fellow kids, of the black lesbian, because this is what a 40-year-old millennial, as I've said, thinks that a 20-year-old is into. They're not. You should actually learn what 20-year-olds are into, but they're not into this shit. And it's like, black lesbian chick with a bat with a face on it, and another white chick, and another like very, very unattractive chick that kind of looks like a dude and kind of looks like a man, and then you have just like another gay guy sitting on an amp that's knitting. Like, it's just woke. Like, it's almost like we woke up and realized that everybody who's making video games now went to art school and is churning out these shit games, and like they somehow got a job at a video game company, and nobody likes any of this stuff. But guys, the great thing is small developers are ruling the world right now.
Yep.
Games like
Not
Ready or
wrong.
Not, games like Helldivers,
Yes.
games that actually give us
I don't know how old this video might be. It was 15 hours ago. Helldivers. Well, Helldivers is a little bit of a jam with the whole PSN problem, but other than that, he's not wrong. He is not wrong on that.
what we want are ruling right now. Like, it could be, I know the team that did Helldivers is pretty small, and small teams, small good teams are going to crush.
Why do they always do
huge
lesbians,
teams
one dark-skinned and one
full
pale?
of woke.
Is this like default?
Yeah, it's kind of defaulted. As long as not white or white heterosexual, that's all they may care about. They have to. If you notice, if you watch, maybe I should do the video. Hold on, I should do this video just to prove this. Okay, I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second.
Homos that are making these games. But guys, yeah. So I'm glad whoever sent me Dustborn. This is incredible because this is the most woke garbage game that I have ever possibly seen in my life. I kind of hate how much this looks like State of Decay, because I love State of Decay too. All right, so let's look at some memes before we get out of here. So you guys should definitely join the Andy Pants Gaming Discord. We have about 3,000 members.
The other day about AAA companies just going even harder on ESG/DEI. It creates a void in the market for indie teams.
Yeah.
People pretty much can say whatever they want except for like slurs, and you can't be racist and post slurs, but you can be pretty edgy and talk about any topic you want. And on our meme channel on Discord, a bunch of people posted some memes, and I want to talk about these memes because they're awesome. So this one says, game developers then, I coded Roller Coaster Tycoon entirely in assembly so it can run on most machines. We made a shooter game that only takes up 97,000 bytes of space. Try out our new game. First few levels are free shareware, minimum requirements, so long as your computer can turn on. Dude, and this was developers in the 90s and the 2000s. And the funny thing was, like, you look back at, like, I remember back in the day we had serial mouses that you had to plug in. I even remember like pre-USB mouses, and technology was so hard to get to work in the 90s and the 2000s, and yet these giga chads still got stuff to work. Now we move forward to today, to 2024. Technology has never been easier. It's never been easier to learn how to code. It's never been easier to make stuff. And yet we have bloated, garbage, trash games. Explain that to me. Like, look, it comes down to passion. And in the 90s and the 2000s, these were the dudes making games. It was just a bunch of dudes who were edgy and had time on their hands, and they made stuff awesome and they made stuff work. And, I don't need to show you the staff photo of Halo Infinite, but it's all women, it's all lesbians, it's all LGBTQ people, and that's why games are bad now. AAA game developers now Sorry, we can't work on fixing the game. One of our employees keeps stealing breast milk from the female employees.
I'm trying not to laugh, but I can't help it.
Breathe, teeth, breathe.
Keep stealing the red milk.
Ryaga Samurai. L.AO.
Oh my god, bro. I can't.
Ryaga Samurai. LMAO.
Bro, what? The picture's not even helping. It's just like, oh my god.
Our game is 500 gigabytes. You know they're talking about Call of Duty here because I'm pretty positive Call of Duty is 500
That
gigabytes.
actually happened in an office I once worked in Portland.
What? Are you kidding me? Come on. Are you for a crap or are you being serious, JR? You better not be effing with me. Are you effing with me? Bro, are you serious? So was stealing breast milk out of the employees.
JR. I'm for real.
Oh my god. What? The pictures of the memes are not helping the situation.
You don't need to play any other games, right? Also, there's a 50 gigabyte update patch. Optimization. Just get a better PC, bro. You need
Wait. Oh damn, what did I just do? Hold on. Oh god, back to tab. Wait. Is Call of Duty really 500 gigabytes? Wait, let me go check this. I need to check this.
JR. Let's just say a guy who was actually a lesbian was stealing another girl's milk from the fridge. We had like a nursing room at work.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh shit. According to the post, 300 gigabytes download size included full installations. Oh my god, of several Call of Duty titles, Modern Warfare 2, 3, and Warzone contact packs, all localized. Like, oh Jesus Christ, 300 gigabytes? Hell no.
at least next gen to play without our game crashing.
What loudly
Our single player
crying
game
face?
is always
Call of Duty is 300 gigabytes, dude. You can download several games with that. Damn.
is online because F you, that's why. I saw a game. One of our employees keeps stealing breast milk from the female employees. Our game is 500 gigabytes. You know they're talking about Call of Duty here because I'm pretty positive Call of Duty is 500 gigabytes. You don't need to play any other games, right? Also, there's a 50 gigabyte update patch. Optimization. Just get a better PC, bro. You need at least next gen to play without our game crashing. Our single player game is always online because F you, that's why. I saw an article that said in Europe they might create a law that requires companies to have a single player version of all games, which would be which I think yes, definitely should be a law. Like, just take any multiplayer game and make it single player with bots if the game ever goes down or goes offline. Like StarCraft, I bought in 1996 on PC, and you can still play StarCraft to this day. It's not easy. It's not hard to require companies to keep one or two servers online for people who want to play the game forever. This is another incredible meme from the Andy Pants Discord. And guys, like, you wonder why there's like a crisis of masculinity and a crisis of just men's depression. And it's because of shit like this. Like,
yeah.
Men-
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's a lot of things, but he's not wrong. It's not just because of the video games. It's not just because of the movies. It's not because of the entertainment. It's a cluster of things, but these are one of them.
And we used to have heroes.
Yeah.
We used to have characters to look up to.
Yeah.
And look, everything here on the bottom row, these are superhero movies
took all
we're
the
talking
men's
about.
places and stuff away and then told them they were the problem.
And then what's worse, they want these same people to go into war. These same people you're asking that you didn't want or told them not to be X, Y, and Z, you want them to go into war. Now those same people are saying no, they're not doing it. And then they're in a crisis now where they're like, oh man, we can't send the men who are...
I'm going to sleep now.
All right, Mono. Have a great night, dude. I appreciate you. We can't send the people... Well, even if we try, they might just defect to the other side anyway. Because they might be appreciated 9 times out of 10 if they don't get killed. That's one. And two, the men that we're trying to force don't want to go because they don't feel appreciated at all or wanted. And the men who don't see themselves as men don't want to go. So you got yourself a real crisis here. Because they're already identifying everything but being a man, but you know.
About like super.
And then the individuals who identify as men
night,
are not even men to begin with, and they're not even have the strength or even half the strength of the men you need. So you kind of in a situation where you can't win.
Superhero movies are watched. Dude, this is like a whole other tangent I want to talk about, but it's kind of like Phil Spencer with Xbox. Instead of catering to his base, which is what he should have been fucking doing the whole time, he keeps thinking that he can spread Xbox thin and go after gay gamers and women gamers and diverse gamers and trans gamers. It's like, no, dude, Marvel tried. It failed. Here's what Marvel did. Instead of appealing to their base, people who go to see superhero movies, they threw in woke homo leftist activists to make their movies. And that is why they're spiraling. That is why they're in an absolutely downward spiral. And these companies are going out of business now. And people are losing their jobs, and billions of dollars have been lost because they got the girl bosses on the bottom left to be in their movies instead of having masculine men like on the top right. Like, look, women, there are some movies that women go to see. Women are into Hallmark movies. They're into Lifetime movies. They're into romantic comedies. I don't care about messing with those movies. I don't want to put men in those movies. So why do y'all want to put chicks in our movies? Like, no man wants...
I would just say penis envy. I think that's what it is community and penis envy. I think that's literally what that is. Nothing more, nothing less. I think that's literally what that truly is. He's not wrong. I think that's what that is. What else could it be? I think it's just penis envy.
When this chick in The Force Awakens was in that movie, like, we tolerated it in 2015. Like, we'll tolerate it a couple times, but we're just done with it, dude. Like, look at all these giga chads along the top. Dude, 80s and 90s movies, like 100 years from now, 80s and 90s movies, I think will be regarded as like some of the finest movies that were ever made. And people are going to look back.
Not if we don't blow ourselves to kingdom come with what's going on. I don't think he's wrong saying that, but then again, if we're alive by then.
At the 2020s and just be like, what is this dog shit? What are these dog shit movies down here? But let me look at a couple other memes before we get out of here. So I know I hate on anime sometimes because I just think anime is kind of gay. That's my general feeling about anime. But
well, feminism taught women to act like the worst men, instead of being just great women. So there's this obsessions with replacing men everywhere, with toxic representations of women.
Yep, with masculine traits. That's really what that is. It's not even the women. It's like that truly it is. Toxic traits. Well, masculine traits with feminine girl boss with toxic masculine traits or whatever the hell they want to.
I'm not really into anime, so I can't super comment on it. But I thought this was an interesting reaction here. So somebody said the real anime tourists are the Nazis, lolicons, LGBT phobes. Oh my gosh! Anytime somebody says LGBT phobe, who will never see anime as nothing more than a toy, something to play with while they have fun with it, and only
Man and Woman of the Year.
Well, you gotta hand it, guys, for winning men and women. You know what? That's the thing. Can never bring a good man down, even when he's not a man. Jesus.
The popular stuff, lollybait. I don't even know what this person is saying. They have a mental disease. Like right-wingers are the only real anime fans because 99% of anime is a celebration of beauty, strength, family, and or heroism. All things miserable, self-victimizing leftists like you despise, cope and seethe. Damn.
He's not wrong.
I kind of think she's right.
She's not wrong because majority of most anime, not all, but like majority of them are pretty conservative in heterosexual ideology to a high extent. I'm not saying there's no gay characters in anime, but like it's not propagated the way it is. And actually, most of the gay characters in anime are pretty cool because they're not annoying. They're usually not that annoying. They're usually quite helpful, smart, and usually know what their role is in their presence in the stories. Which is really funny and ironic in a sense. Is it funny that a conservative country like Japan can write better compelling gay characters than the liberal left of America? Bro, what is happening? You can't win, America. We can't win.
Right? So I have not watched
I just now noticed that to this day. And I guess you can say like one of the most championed, favoritized anime characters who have to be on that LGBT flag, I would say that most people can bring up is probably Haku from Naruto from season 1, I think, or season 2. I think it was season 1. Season 1 Naruto. Like, remember when they mentioned what his gender was?
It's just like She-Hulk. When men wrote her, she was a strong, intelligent warrior.
Yeah, she was.
When women wrote her, she twerked.
Yep. Ain't that ironic? That's so damn ironic. She twerked. My God. And if I remember right, the women on the panel said they did not know anything about law. Because I think they said they just took most of their information from law movies and shows. They never bothered to ask for any, like, anyone that's into law or, like, any information on law on how to write this character in the firm that she was in.
LOL.
Yeah, I don't think they asked any help or anyone that's in law to help make sure that the things that they was writing was accurate to make their, make the story compelling or at least believable. No, I don't think they did any of that, if I remember right. They didn't bother to, because women.
A ton of anime. And who am I joking? I said she. It's like a dude with a girl anime pic here.
JR.
So I haven't watched a ton of anime.
If my defense lawyer starts twerking, I'm in trouble.
You have no idea.
but I think she's right from my general sense of anime. Like it's always, every anime is about like family, friendship, your devotions to your friends. And
yeah, that's that. Yeah, as much as I may not like the whole friendship is my power trope, because I think that's overplayed, overused, and a lot of people don't have a lot. Well, remember, I'm talking from the perspective of an American Westerner, where friendship is very fickle. I would say, depending on your experience in America, I think it's pretty fickle. We don't really put a lot of emphasis on friends like that, like the Japanese does, or even the Eastern Asians do. We really don't. Especially with family as well. That has been abandoned for the last 15 years now or more. So the sense of community is not there. We talk about having community, but we don't have it at all. So yeah. So that's this is probably why my bias towards the whole my friendship is my power thing is annoying, because I'm looking through the ideas of a very cynical Westerner to a certain extent, but in somewhere like Japan, friendship, worth ethic, being connected to your family, being connected to your colleagues that you work with, I think is even a mandatory thing that after work in Japan, you have to go get drinks. I think you have to go get drinks with your employees and your boss just to build that community, that sense of morale, team morale. It helps with, with work production and everything else. We don't do that. And even if we did that, it will land itself into a lawsuit anyway. Because it's not even about the whole getting drinks with your boss or anything. It's more of like, if you say the wrong pronouns that one day, your whole life is taken from you, depending on what corporate job you're in.
Like heterosexual love. I mean, like I know there's gay anime out there, but for the most part, this is most anime is just these classical traditional themes. Like,
and the ironic thing about that is that most people.
Well, modern liberalism does not value family or individuality.
Nope.
Because they are in effect married to the state.
Yep.
JR. The state is their friend. The state is their god.
It's a religion. Wokeism is a form of religion. This is a new man-made religion, to be honest. That's how I think it. This is why I said earlier, I think GR wasn't in the room at the time. I think he wanted to go fix his battery. I think we're in somewhat of a spiritual battle with this, to a certain extent. I'm not even talking about like a Christ-like thing. I'm talking about for all religions who oppose the idea of wokeism. And I think that's all religions, honestly. I don't think there's a single religion that actually runs with the idea of wokeism. Maybe Satanism, but...
JR. Y'all need Gijas.
People joked about Japan being morally depraved for the longest time, but guys, the West has become the worst. It's because we let homos take over the arts.
Yeah.
Like, we only have ourselves to blame. We've seen it coming, and we allowed them to take over the arts. And guys, this is the last meme we're going to look at here, but this is what is going on in culture right now. So 1995, Love is Love. We just won acceptance. 2005. Oh, and by the way, this was another meme from the Andy Pants Gaming channel. Love is Love. We just won acceptance. 2005. We just won equality. 2012. Bake the cake or go to court.
Yes, that happened. 2012. That was wild. This is what we're all listening to and witnessing is called the slippery slope. That's what this is.
2015. Say my pronouns or lose your job. 2024. The kids will watch drag shows.
Yep.
I was just talking with a buddy about this, and of course the guy has a cross around his neck because he's a Christian. I was just talking about how this soft pussy evangelicalism that we're seeing today has got to go, dude. Like, it's time to burn this stuff down. Yeah. It's time to strike back.
Bro, my former roommate was the cousin of the cake B *TCH. He
what?
was just as insane.
Bro, my former roommate was the cousin of the cake fish. He was just... Are you kidding? Man, when it hits close to home. Are you
not
kidding
violently,
me?
of course, but we're burning this stuff down. We're burning all of this homo garbage down by not buying it, by not engaging with it, and by raising up good role models and good values and sanity.
I got you, bro.
Like all we're asking for is a return to sanity, and we're gonna keep making fun of stuff like this. But all right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Bye.
Oh, that was fast. Jesus, he took me. All right, so this was Andy Pants Gaming with the whole DEI problem, DEI the game. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Got a good laugh. I did. So with that said, see you guys. I'll see you guys next one. All right, now we save best for last. Now, this is Kyle, and he says they have to beg a gaming take from a heterosexual. Oh God! So let's hear what Kyle had to say. This was 2 days ago. I don't know if we played this. Please let me know if we did. If we did, then we did. But if we didn't, awesome.
Am I seen? Squawk entities with recessive genes. Iraq to change consent age to 9. Beast best friend trans, so it's not a crime. Alan Wake 2 still can't recoup. Zhao is dead, they dillick shoop to whoop. Say they won't work with Sweet Baby again. Gender swap lesbian, but nobody spends. Sensitive filtered, but you say mature. Downgrade and flatten because you're insecure. Dissatisfied, and I'm not your dad, son. Bloober the type of team to miss with a shotgun. Layoffs, closures, wrap it up and get out. So many bars lowers, I thought you were the Girl Scouts. Censored, soft, altered, sanitized, explicit content thoroughly compromised. Queer gender age got gender mancers. YouTube Susan dies of cancer. Kyle, why isn't your channel monetized? I'm not kid friendly like Mr. Beast guys. Jiggly Met Girl curves runneth over. Nikkei and Ava do a crossover. Is this inclusive or am I mean? Girl, shake them titties in front of that screen. Looks like Sweet Baby means loss of revenue. Tell your favorite Hebrew that he hallucinate too. Dried up capital make the bitch shiver. Since you're all takers, Kyle's the giver.
Nice.
Hello, beta testers. Like and subscribe to join over 100,000 subscribers. Comment or correct me below because they're begging you now. They're begging you, beta tester, to give them a chance, to turn your brain off and just watch it for what it is. They'll be more selective next time. SBI associated devs say they wouldn't work with Sweet Baby Inc. again. Alan Wake 2 still not profitable despite a literal song and dance at the 2023 Video Game Awards. They shoveled it into your mouth the same way they tried with Deathloop all those years back. And do you hear anyone mention
I forgot about Deathloop.
that game anymore? It didn't work again. Jeff Keighley's VGA show had a 3-minute guilt trip from an actor who formerly worked for Sweet Baby as far back as their previous incarnation, Sucre Bebe. But that didn't work either. Zhao face planted. And of course it's about race. Sorry. No, it's not. The zombie studio wearing Rocksteady's name lost Warner Brothers $200 million, resulting in a devastating 41% revenue loss. That has Warner Brothers desperately trying to...
Imagine being the team or the person who pitched the idea of Suicide Squad and thought it was a good idea. Imagine being that guy or team bringing this up to Warner. Man, that must have been a...
to sell its games. The games journalists who demanded boycotts and celebrated actual review bombing, Hogwarts Legacy, in between continued campaigns to divide, other and dismiss people for simply being cisgender, the word that they created to describe what these people are born as, what they can't change. With all your power, government backing, shills, moderators, pussies, people to hide, filtered, shadow ban, you had it all on your side, but you couldn't stop Hogwarts Legacy from being the best-selling game of 2023. How do you think people think of you now? How do the game journals look, beta testers? Stellar Blade exists, and these radical, politically correct activists raise fake controversy to hurt the game. Remember what Digital Foundry's Alex said? How it's unappealing and a product of a bygone era. Grub sucking Kotaku's dick is saying it's a lotion game. How dismissive. What a prick. Irrelevant. We love it, and Shift Up CEO's a billionaire now, thanks to Nikkei and Stellar Blade pleasing the crowd. Despite journalist accusations that it's harming women coming from IGN France's Ben Osolo and the insane Erwan Lafloriel EIC. But now that you've seen the Paris Olympics with men in drag with their testicles exposed around younglings, you understand quite well the hypocrisy that these pussies
That's
that would
something I will never tolerate. If someone calls me cis, I will ruthlessly mock and embarrass them. It's nonsense.
Yeah. Calling you a puss.
You're on that kind of behavior harbor. Outrage forces that footage off of the internet. Their ritual no longer available for you to even look at. But the people that celebrate it, they harbor exclusive hatred for straight appeal between a man and a woman, adults respectively, what they refer to as heteronormative. What a cult. They'll cheer for bear sex before they allow even a digital woman to be pretty. But if you pay attention, none of them want to talk about First Descendant. They don't want to talk about Mecha Break. They wouldn't talk about anything that everybody was playing if another Power World dropped right now, because that's not how they get down. What they want to talk about is Concord, so they're going to try to drag that into the discussion with any other game that they talk about just to kind of piggyback. It's really pathetic at this point. Mecha Break, by the way, is free on Steam in open beta for anybody who wants to give that a try. You know, my computer can't kind of run it too well, so I'm hoping it comes to console and we get something going on. What I warn Jeff Keighley, if this reaches his ears of, is what games journos must realize of themselves. They've reached a point where whatever they do like, most people would probably hate. So they indicate or signal with what they recommend what the fuck we typically need to steer clear of, or in some cases like mine, dig a little deeper into to see what the hell's really going on. Capcom's remaking old games because that's what people want, but they can't help themselves ruining it, removing risque picture taking for a reporter? Because the activists and their modern-day sensitivities need to appeal to the modern audience and establish the new normal. Blood and gore is okay, but sexuality, specifically the ability for a woman to look good, is forbidden. So even if it would make the man look bad, because the context in Silent Hill is that this is his fantasy version, the dedication to denying the male gaze from these pussy activists, instead of just remaking a game that they had nothing to do with, has them making fiscally irresponsible decisions that tanks fucking sales because they're too stupid and woke to take the slam dunk of making a man look bad. Losing your fucking mind in a capacity that honestly should result in you losing your job is nothing we're ever gonna fucking feel sorry about, let alone be deciding to give you a $70 chance, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Even if she had to breathe through her skin, it wouldn't make sense for her to be in a bikini to you fucking wankers, dude. This shit ain't for you. That's why you hate it so much.
Yeah.
You're brain dead.
It's not
What's
for
crazy
you.
is YouTubers can woke better than you. They can rage bait better than you. They can write better than you. They're more charming, charismatic, and they're certainly better looking. Some of them, you know, why would they even stoop to this level? And the same reason that has you doing this instead of actually writing, because you're not good enough at that. So you slid in where you could get in, and the grift was never meant to last forever. I believe in your intelligence enough to have understood the writing on the wall, even if you were pretending you can't. So, man appear in Speedo, loincloth, glistening, jacked, past the point of fucking human steroids, nigga. This is horse shit at this point. But a woman gotta be armored up because she's weak. And if she's wearing too little, it's objectification. You'd rather her in some sort of hijab, right? Imagine if we took the ability for you to use blurring or pretty girl, look like a woman TikTok and Instagram filters, man. I have only ever known gaming to be a welcoming outlet, an escape for people and by people who prioritize fun experiences for people to enjoy regardless of status or persuasion. The subhuman saboteurs who infiltrated my industry are not the first attackers to assume a villain role, backed by the government to invalidate muddy sentiment or outright destroy gaming. And you won't be the last. Identity politics injected into art that compromises the purpose, weighs down the experience, and unintentionally repulses with transparent inauthenticity is the wobbly shopping cart wheel that I refer to as woke. And for a decade, it's filled narcissists' minds with confidence enough to think that their brain-damaged alterations were in any way preferred or even palatable. Woke has a way of effortlessly crafting the worst incarnation of anything. Noteworthy in and of itself, there's no denying.
He's not wrong. It has the ability to incarnate something much worse than it was supposed to be. Somehow.
But only in an art of laziness or Jesus Christ, like get this away from me gross out humor kind of way. Woke so lazy that gender swaps, race swaps, hollow pandering, proud defiance of the source material, ignorance, again proud, pride is kind of like a theme with you guys, deliberately casting or developing ugly with the intent of challenging beauty standards, fattening and flattening.
Yeah, when they say that we're challenging beauty standards, what they're really saying that you are the ugly duckling, and we're gonna put you on front and pat you on the head and say, "Look at you, ugly duckling. You are challenging beauty standards." That's what they literally said. I think they did that in The Witcher Netflix series. They were supposed to cast the woman based on her appearance, what was described in her appearance in the story, but they went against it because they said they're challenging beauty standards. So what they just outright said about the minority woman that they picked, who happened to be Hispanic, they said she's ugly. They outright just said this woman's ugly. So whenever you girls sit there and
sounds like their
standard challenge. Yeah, when you girls sit there and say we're fighting beauty standards, what you're really saying, we're not attractive, or we're not putting the effort to be attractive. So you just take me as is. But if a dude who's short, or a dude who's ugly, or a dude who have no money, or a dude who doesn't really take care of himself said that same exact thing, you girls will shred him into pieces. Especially if he demands you to take him as is.
Women in media, because big boobs bad, male gaze bad. You know, I shouldn't have to be responsible for smiling and telling lies to reinforce the foolishness and hypocrisy of the identity obsessed who can't see past themselves. Kids these days know being gaslit very well, and the terminology they abuse rivals black people's necessity to slang they way ahead of the competition to avoid the censorship game that you pussies like to play with us, you know? Assholes like Garm shutting down the instant they were targeted for suit by Elon Musk is so telling. But again, I know my audience and I'm self-aware enough not to alienate people by bringing them down by talking about shit that I normally don't talk around here. And that self-awareness is what...
Tip. If she thinks she's a 10,
she's not. It's like, that's the thing. When it's equivalent of when someone says, I am a good person. People will ever refer to themselves as a good person, no matter what the context is usually not a good person. They're just narcissistic. 9 times out of 10. A good person doesn't have to tell you. They usually are by default. It's like me telling you I'm a dog. I have to tell you, probably I'm not much of a dog. Probably a bad one.
Separates us from people like you, who we are repulsed by because we have to share this internet space with you tourists, that we're just waiting for you to become less profitable and therefore non-existent. We wouldn't need to make money to stick around here because we into this shit, nigga. We're not the tourists. The agencies that boost the message that they want heard and throttle what they don't want.
Yep.
If you have to tell me, well, you know.
There you go.
have been recognizing people like Mr. Beast, and Google is now being recognized for their stranglehold a monopoly, as they're calling it, in court. And we don't deal in the types of people who have to say they're a good person out loud to try and prove it. The type of person who needs to announce that they donated to a charity. Are you going to tell us the amount to? Hilarious. A Mortal Kombat without tits is like a GTA without cars. Of course some pussy G-man bleeding heart's gonna be losing his mind, crying, won't someone please think of the pop?
He said G-man. I like how he did that. That Half-Life. I think that was a Half-Life reference. Let me hear that again. That's a Half-Life reference. Let's hear that again.
Allowed to try and prove it. The type of person who needs to announce that they donated to a charity. Are you gonna tell us the amount to? Hilarious. A Mortal Kombat without tits is like a GTA without cars. Of course some pussy G-man bleeding heart's gonna be losing his mind, crying, won't someone please think of the polygons, but they're not real. And it's hilarious how hypocritical the beliefs are when the scantily clad men and bare sex are fine, but it's pretty women that's instantly X-rated. And how dare you shoot those polygons in this game where you're Grand Theft, it's named after a felony. Fuck, you've seen it all now, beta tester. How do
The game is named after a felony. What are you expecting? Are you stupid?
people without style execute all style and no substance projects? They don't. Their best way to achieve any attention is outrage, so they engineer deliberately ignorant fires in space to coin a little bit of acolyte and creatively bankrupt what if this but everyone's a woman garbage that they could barely survive a runtime of a SNL skit with, let alone a TV show, game, or movie, especially when cast by untalented, deliberately repulsive gender entities, not unlike the cutaway from American Dad where she's like, scared of what a real woman looks like? Attractive women is a hurdle too intense for these woke activists to clear. Of course they're ruining everything that they're touching. When we reestablish the edge that puts smiles back on nations' faces to recharge batteries in between the suffering, please remember me and include my
Russ
voice.
at gender entities.
I'm secure enough as a man to let you know I get emotional just thinking about old GTA's radio stations and how they really carried me.
I still can't get over that G-Man reference. That was a cool one. Because remember, the G-Man pops up in places that you don't expect him in Half-Life. So that's what he's saying. Like, there's some person's got pop out of nowhere. The G-Man woke. I was like, yo. That was a good play on words and a great reference for use. That was a good one.
Out of rough times to think that new incarnations won't be able to have wit, the bite or passion of these old stations. Is GTA thinking to afford a Ricky Gervais again? And it's not because it can't exist with how exposed the nerves of some of the pussies are today. It's that they're not willing to take the risk. I know everything big goes to shit. I keep saying it on stream, but you know, they got rid of the alternatives too. Saints Row reboot is done. We need to do something now. Am I going to be waiting until AI catches up to speak these games into existence? I keep getting bribed and asked what I want, and it's too late for all of that. And I'm not important. I'm just a messenger, and I keep telling everybody, you know, they don't owe you anything. They never did. I want to follow this to its natural conclusion. I'm disgusted. I keep coming across that clip of Captain America finally lifting the hammer. And woke would make it so everybody can lift that hammer to feel included.
Yep. Oh my god, he's not wrong. If they didn't write Endgame earlier than they did, and it was to sit in today's ideology, what will happen is Captain America will be able to pick up the hammer. Then he'll throw the hammer to Captain Marvel. Then she'll throw the hammer to every female superhero fighting Thanos, using their chance to swing the hammer on him. I'm telling you, every person, mainly female, will be thrown Mjolnir to everyone just to get a good hit on Thanos at the far end. I bet you that would have happened. I bet you.
JR. He would have thrown the hammer to
Kamala Harris, yeah.
And she would have said freedom.
No, she would have said the passage of time before she said freedom. The passage of time.
In which case, worthy becomes meaningless. And with such logic, the reaction that you always hear when people play that clip in some theaters, it cannot happen. Critique of a kid-obsessed groomer has YouTube cracking down on me. Sometimes it just feels like the smartest thing I can do is be quiet. So naturally, I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right. So we're near there. We have how many videos do you have left? We finished this one. Now we have this one from Decoy Voice. We have seen his videos before. I don't try to make my thing too political, but only staying into the entertainment space. But I thought this was important, so let's hear what's going on.
To 500,000 viewers about the 3 girls that got. A few days ago, I posted a video to 500,000 viewers about the 3 girls that got slashed and lost their lives at an attack at a Taylor Swift dance class. I then did a deep dive on the subsequent riots from both sides that took place all across the UK. Now, the masked counter-protesters dressed in all black are still marching through the streets, openly carrying weapons, oftentimes in front of law enforcement, with virtually zero outrage from their mainstream media. And even when their local coppers that just look like crossing guards with half the ability try to stop these groups, they quickly have to retreat. So when the citizens encounter these mobs, they're basically on their own. But apparently, if someone like me shares this footage with you, they'll throw me in jail.
The offence of incitement to racial hatred involves publishing or distributing material which is insulting or abusive, which is intended to or likely to start racial hatred. So if you retweet that, then you're republishing that, and then potentially you're committing that offence. And we do have dedicated police officers who are scouring.
It's happening. It's happening. The wrong thing has welded itself into the reality of the forefront. It's not, oh, you're a bad person because of public social association. It's legal matters now.
Social media.
I was kind of expecting this type of thing to happen more earlier in Canada, but Jesus, it's already in the UK.
Job is to look for this material and then follow up with identification arrests and so forth.
And these aren't idle threats, they're legit imprisoning people in expedited trials.
You have been committed for sentence, having pleaded guilty to an offence of publishing written material which is threatening, abusive or insulting. You took to social media in order to encourage others towards participation in the attacks. The sentence is one of 20 months imprisonment.
And if that's not bad enough, they're actually threatening to extradite and prosecute US citizens too.
We will throw the full force of the law at people. And whether you're in this country committing crimes on the streets or committing crimes from further afield online, we will come after you.
This is going to end seriously bad. This is going to cause a lot of people to uprise on them.
Even the BBC is reporting on this, stating even people abroad aren't safe from them, as they apparently have prosecutors around the globe. But honestly, this didn't work out too well for them last time they tried it. So the UK authorities can't stop these mobs from taking over their streets. They'll just try to stop you from noticing those mobs taking over their streets.
If everyone retweets something extremely hateful, are you gonna go for every single person? So if you retweet, if 30 million people retweeted something that Elon Musk says, or 40 million people retweet what Elon Musk says, you're going to put all of them in jail? Are you crazy?
Thank you for following Remi
Best believe if you do that,
6699.
those people should get together and come right after all y'all.
streets. Of course, they can jail their defenseless citizens.
6699. Hi friend waving hand, I'm thoroughly enjoying
No,
your stream
no, you're
and
not.
would
No,
love
you're
to be
not.
part
Go
of your
away. No,
community.
you're not part of my
Get
community.
updates
No,
on
you're a
your
robot.
schedule
You're not real. You're
and
not
connect
real.
with
Go
you on
away.
Discord. My username
The
is
sounds in my
backhand
head are
index
talking to
pointing
me
right
again.
grandma 97.
Oh my god, I gotta talk to my
Artexrtic official.
therapist. It's
Be a
talking to me
support hero
again.
today.
Ah, the
By using
voices.
commands like
The voices.
support.
It stopped. The schizophrenia has died.
From noticing things, but I somehow doubt they'll be able to come after Americans expressing their First Amendment rights protected by their Second. So they can send spooky messages online, write me angry emails regarding my last video documenting the unrest. I seriously doubt they can do anything about Americans sharing the footage of their failures, as the US does have an extradition treaty with the UK, but only if it breaks laws in both countries. So the UK's Crown Prosecution Service can post pathetic videos threatening to arrest you for reposting hatred, which the official UK
Artextric, wake up. You're in a coma and we didn't know where this would reach you.
government shared to 32 million viewers. But it should be noted, the Democrat candidate for vice president wants this same exact world for America.
There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech.
So whenever they say it's about stopping mean words online, just know it's actually a way for them to stop you from knowing anything inconvenient to them. Because I would somewhat believe them if they were going after anybody that was inciting crimes in their streets. But if they won't even arrest the mobs with machetes, actually chasing down their coppers in the streets, I somehow doubt arresting me in America is going to solve their issues. So are they cracking down on free speech to make the streets safe, or are they cracking down on free speech because they're crumpet communists? Because even though they posted this on Twitter, they blocked anybody from responding to them, and then they went on to attacking Elon Musk.
There's a sort of silly argument sometimes about free speech, and Musk is sort of trying to pretend sort of freedom of speech is some absolute right. It's never been an absolute right.
As even Scottish politicians on Twitter go after Musk, calling him a race baiter that must be held to account for his actions. To which Elon replied, "I dare that scumbag to sue me," calling Humza super racist himself, providing, on Twitter, the clear evidence of such.
I'm the only non-white person in the room. But why are we so surprised when the most senior positions in Scotland are filled almost exclusively by those who are white?
Arian.
Take my portfolio alone.
You're still on teach.
The Lord President, white. The Lord Justice Clerk, white. Every High Court judge, white. The Lord Advocate, white. The Solicitor General, white. The Chief Constable, white. Every Deputy Chief Constable, white. Every Assistant Chief Constable, white. White, 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 white. White.
JR.
That is not good enough.
Oh, you mean there
Imagine
is a
being a
majority of
second
white people
generation-
in a government with a country of a majority of white
Yes,
people?
oh shit, I was muted.
Yes.
I was muted. I just said it.
JR.
I just said that.
Also, you muted?
Yeah, I was muted. I just said that. Like, are you mad at the fact that there's people who are majority white going to make rules? If you're majority right, like if we go to an Asian country with mainly Asian, and you're not, and there's no black people, white people, Hispanic people, indigenous people making laws, it's most likely not happening because they're not predominantly the people that's living there. There may be some of them those living there, but predominantly they're not the ones making the rules here. It is what it is. I don't know what this man is expecting. If you go to India, are you expecting white people to be making the same rules? No. Most likely it's going to be people who are from Indian descent. I don't know what he's trying to... What is his argument here? They're white because America is predominantly white.
JR. Where is the diversity of women on oil rigs?
Yes, where is that?
I'm upset.
It's crazy.
Immigrant in Scotland and being outraged at the idea that everybody is white. That's like me going into parts of middle America and saying, "Thanks for welcoming me into your country and letting me become an American citizen. Now I demand everybody look Chinese or else you guys are bigots."
Yes, thank you.
Hamza didn't himself prove how accepting that country is by getting elected into Scottish Parliament. I guess he wouldn't be happy unless there's a complete takeover, and if you even suggest, why would Scotland need to do this? He'll just say that's why we need to get rid of Elon Musk and his pesky free speech. As the UK posts about the prison sentences for violent protests, including 7 years for inciting hatred, to which they just handed out a 3-year prison sentence for a social media post. And Viva Frey points out the post was just 3 days ago, meaning he was convicted in just 2 days, with the Telegraph reporting that even witnesses to the riots will be refused bail. And a month ago, they reported how their prime minister cleared out prisons to tackle overcrowding. Never mind the fact that these judges handing out prison sentences to citizens over the protests all seem to have insane histories of being ridiculously lenient on heinous crimes, but suddenly want to clamp down on the rule of the law on these protesters specifically. And if you even notice this, they'll come after you too. And see how through the power of freedom of speech, how alarming this story gets when you even begin to lift the veil. Their justice system seems to be a well-oiled machine when it comes to clamping down on certain citizens rioting in the streets. And like my last video, I admit, there are protesters on the right doing terrible things that need to stop. But the counter-protesters somehow get a pass and oftentimes police protection, to which their police officers openly admit there is two-tiered policing.
But the police are under attack for seemingly having, well, politicisation, two-tier morality, let's say. What's your view on that, as I believe an ex-policeman yourself?
I've experienced two-tier policing. There was riots in Hanford years ago, and then they re-escalated around 2009, 2010. But because of the racial tensions, we were made as police officers to stand in like normal street uniform, with no protective clothing, just round shields. We had people walking past us with baseball bats and machetes, tapping on the shields, and we had to stand there and do nothing. Yet the next weekend you'd be at a football match, and no holds barred. And it was like that all the time. It was based in Small Heath in Birmingham, right by the Green Lane Mosque. And you're always told to treat one side of the community one way and the other side completely differently.
And unfortunately, this just distracts them from what they really need to be focusing on, the 3 girls that lost their lives at a Taylor Swift dance class, and how we as a society can prevent that from happening again, protecting the next kids. So somehow the powers that be in the UK turned a mass tragedy that everybody should be able to get behind into divisive rioting over their desperate attempt to manipulate the media and the people into thinking the suspect was a Welsh schoolboy that starred in musicals.
JR.
And when the citizens were upset over this,
to consider, the right in the UK are smashing car windows, while the left in the UK are beating innocent people near to death who aren't even involved.
Yep.
It's totally different. Not the same.
This is sad.
They didn't backtrack and apologize over their actions. They revealed blatant two-tiered policing and authoritarian censorship that they would even need to enforce in America just to desperately control the narrative that anybody even respects them anymore. So if you're an American citizen and want to make sure that doesn't come over here, go over to vote.gov or click the link in the description and make sure you're registered to vote. Share this video with someone that needs to see what's really going on in the world, then also encourage them to vote. And if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how the mainstream media tried to attack Trump to his face, but accidentally ended up proving him right.
Oh my god, was I mute? Okay. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is from Decoy Voice. I hope you give a follow and all that great stuff. Unless I did say it. I'm not sure you guys heard me. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I'll see you guys next one later.
Samurai.
Oh.
Teach muted.
Yeah, I kind of caught myself there. So we're done here with we're done here. We're doing all the anime stuff. So this is about Dandadan. Dandadan.
This manga just hits so fucking hard.
Okay, so we'll do this one first and then we'll do the second one, then we're done. So this is Dandadan and the Chainsaw Man effect by tracking shots. So let's see what they have to say.
It is like calling the sky blue or the sun hot. These are each true statements. Calling Dandadan weird is like calling the sky blue or the sun hot. These are each true statements, but they also fail to fully grasp the whole picture. This is a violent, lighthearted, intense, goofy, heartbreaking manga that really defies any attempt to categorize it.
Can you sum it up in a word? No. A sound?
Dan to Dan's premise is incredibly simple. What if every legend on those weird reality TV History Channel shows were true? Aliens and the paranormal are both real and out to kill our main characters, high schoolers Momo and Ken. One arc, for example, will see the main cast fighting the Loch Ness Monster, and also an alien crab that boxes and quotes ABBA. His blood is milk, don't worry about it. Dan to Dan is weird, but it has a lot more going on for it than just a strange premise and an oddball cast. After Chainsaw Man Part 1's ending left a pretty big hole in my heart, Dan to Dan stepped in and has been helping to fill it. These two series share a lot more in common than you might expect, so if you like one, you might like the other just as much.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. I'm good.
Communication is an essential part of my job. That's why I use Grammarly, an AI partner trusted by millions.
The Chainsaw Man comparisons haunting this manga are there for a reason. The series really feels like a companion piece to the international sensation, and that's in large part due to the author's background. Dan to Dan is created by Yukinobu Tatsu and released for free on Shonen Jump Plus. Jump Plus, also known as Manga Plus internationally, is a digital version of Weekly Shonen Jump that acts as a sort of testing ground for manga that might be too strange or explicit to include alongside series like One Piece or My Hero Academia. Before creating Dan to Dan, Yukinobu worked as Chainsaw Man creator Tatsuki Fujimoto's assistant on the manga Fire Punch, another Jump Plus title that is incredibly disturbing. If you know, you know. Fire Punch had a shocking number of talented creators working on it as assistants, including the future authors of Hell's Paradise and Spy Family. That's huge. And if Dan to Dan follows the pattern set by...
And for those who know, for those of you who know, that video we did, and I think Bri was there, you'll be surprised how interconnected the manga world is amongst new creators and brand new ones. I mean, new creators and old ones. It goes down a rabbit hole of hell. You'll be surprised on how many of your favorite anime artists have worked with people that you haven't heard about or people you're eventually going to hear about. In one way or another, an assistant in some form. They're all assistants under one person. Like, you'll hear like 5 people will be assistants to one person, and then you'll hear those 5 people doing their own damn thing, and then you start realizing that there was assistant to one person that you've heard about the most. It's crazy. It is a rabbit hole. I won't say of hell, but I'm telling you something. If you wanna take the idea.
Oh yeah, the connection was crazy.
It's crazy, and if you want to hear the idea of you won't be able to work in this industry again, take that very seriously, because if you piss off the wrong sensei you're under, or whoever you're working under, if you piss them off and they're higher up already, it's over. It is over. I said it in the video, say something wrong. Say the wrong thing. Say you didn't say their pronouns that day. Say any crazy, insane thing that your sensei is not gonna like. Best believe it's over. And one thing with the Japanese, they put work ethic over everything. So if your work ethic's not subpar and you're talking crazy, especially as a brand new person, you're never working in this industry again. And they'll make it their mission for you not to be part of that. So you better be nice and not try to rock the boat at all. Till your name is a Oda or a Akira Toriyama or anything like that, or what's his name? Minamoto? Nah, bro. Or what's his name from Ghibli film? Yasaki, I think. Ooh, bro.
By Fujimoto's other assistants, that would mean an anime adaptation has to be coming somewhere down the line. And that adaptation will probably do pretty well. Maybe not Spy Family well, but hopefully big enough to bring this manga to more people. I selfishly want this series to succeed because I want more titles like it. so I'm going to try and convince you why I think Dandadan is worth your time. Let's get the obvious out of the way. Dandadan's art is gorgeous. Now, I'm not an artist. I can't speak on specific techniques, or shading, or even layouts from a position of much knowledge. I'm way more of a story, themes, and tone kind of person, and we'll get to all that in just a minute. But first, just take in these spreads. Let them wash over you. Look at these monster designs that would feel at home in one of those Junji Ito collections. Look at these wacky characters doing silly things. Now look at their designs under a different light. See how those same designs transform to fit a scene with a completely different tone. Now watch them do it again, and again, and again. This manga's art rules, and more importantly, it's versatile. It can squish and stretch and adapt to fit what the story demands. Sometimes that's gritty and realistic, and other times it's wacky and borderline slapstick. Occasionally, the story is both, leading to certain spreads that are so bizarre that when you flip to them, you don't know whether to laugh, get scared, or both. It's a brilliant trick, and one that I've only seen done well in one other manga. I wonder which one that could be. More importantly than being nice to look at, Dandadan's art is also effectively organized. I've read my fair share of manga with messy battle sequences. Sometimes, who is fighting who, and how characters are supposed to be moving across panels gets hard to comprehend in a medium with only 2 primary colors to work with. Even otherwise great manga struggle to keep their fights clean, and while Dandadan is more than just a battle manga, it excels at being one when it needs to. Characters have impact. They leap across panels and sometimes burst through them with explosive force. Even when the fights in the series get as eccentric as the rest of the manga, they remain easy to follow and exciting to read.
Beautiful, beautiful work. Very clean. That's envious as hell to be. Those are some clean panels, bro. Look how clean that is. Look how detailed it looks. It's so clean. That is crazy. How can you make something look sketchy but yet clean at the same? That's hard, you know, to make something look like it's sketchy but yet still clean. That is amazing. You know how hard that is? To have that sketchy appearance but yet be clean?
And when the story needs to, it pulls back into dialogue-free, double-page spreads that make you sit with the series for an extra few seconds while you're picking your jaw up off the floor. When it comes to Dandadan's art, you're never quite sure what you're getting next. Intense scenes will turn comedic, and the funniest scenes can get serious fast, sometimes with just a quick page flip. The art is almost erratic, but that's exactly what a series with this sort of premise needs. And yeah, what exactly is that premise? Well,
the Air Force One where they found all that stuff, I'm flying in the plane, I'm always hallucinating, but who really knows what I'm looking at, you know what I'm saying?
Here's the pitch. 2 high schoolers, Momo and Ken, make a bet with each other. Momo believes in spirits and bets Ken they exist. Ken believes in aliens and bets Momo they are real. Unfortunately, they're both right. The world is full of dangerous spirits and is also constantly being invaded by aliens. Both groups steal something precious from Ken. Specifically, they steal his, yeah, you know.
We gotta take your balls away.
Yeah. Look, I'm not above a good dick and balls joke, but a shocking amount of this series' plot is centered around Ken trying to steal back his family jewels from various ghosts and aliens. Seriously, one or both of his balls have been missing for over 100 chapters. That's gotta cause some complications.
Damn.
It's a major plot point of the whole series. Calling Dandadan an elaborate shitpost is not inaccurate, but it's got a lot more going on for it than just its elevator pitch. Are you starting to understand why I can't stop comparing it to Chainsaw Man? Or do I have to show that one dingy panel? Both series have these juvenile setups, and Dandadan's in particular feels more at home in a gag comedy manga and not an action series. But as we've already mentioned, its art allows it to excel at being both. And the manga even manages to pull off moments here and there that feel genuinely heartfelt. The average reader may never get to these moments, but I promise you they are there, buried behind layers of absurdity. So yeah, as much as I'm praising Dan, Tatsuki Fujimoto is the most exciting mangaka I'm familiar with working right now. His stories are absurd, sometimes gross, sometimes borderline offensive, but they are always earnest. His writing...
I don't know what it is, but I have no problem with extremely offensive things. Whether they be extremely racial or whatever the case may be. It's more of the psychology behind it for me. It's not really like, oh, it's offensive. I actually look forward to see the offensive things just to see how far it can actually go when it's being said or done in a movie or something. I want to see how far it can actually go and where is the psychology going down that path is leading.
And in particular, his character writing manages to tap into...
how did we get here? Why are we here? And how can we do this? How can we understand it so we don't end up in this position again?
Universally understood emotions that shine through his often unconventional subject matter. Loneliness, guilt, love, envy, grief, it's all there, bringing larger-than-life characters down to earth in a single page or panel, and then making you laugh out loud in the next one. Yuki Nobutatsu isn't quite operating on the same level as his previous sensei, but he's getting better and better. Dan and Chainsaw Man both remind me why I first got into anime and manga, and why I've also stayed a fan for over a decade. Watching, reading, and talking about anime and manga are a big part of my life, and what I like about both mediums is pretty much the same thing. No matter how much anime I watch or manga I read, I usually can't predict how a series will play out from episode to episode, or chapter to chapter. They are just too unpredictable, or if you want to be a jerk about it, too strange. Some of that strangeness is certainly cultural. I don't always understand the historical or artistic influences a Japanese story draws on because I'm not Japanese. I wasn't raised on the same media as a lot of the people making this art, and as a result, anime and manga are always going to have a certain quirkiness, from my perspective, that I really enjoy. I'm not always in on the joke, but I can still laugh. For example, one of Dan's longest-running gags references a real-life famous Japanese actor I'm completely unfamiliar with. I find these lost-in-translation moments weirdly endearing, but they aren't the main draw for watching anime and manga for me. Just a nice bonus. I watch and like a lot of Japanese media because I never quite know where these stories are headed, which is a feeling I don't really get from a lot of Western-created stories. I know what a Spider-Man story looks like, or a spy thriller, or a slasher.
Or a woke movie.
I have a pretty good handle on the modern and postmodern sensibilities that make up most of what comes out of Hollywood. I understand their references, I'm in on the same jokes. It takes a really special project to catch me off guard, and I count myself lucky if I get one or two of those a year. The sad truth of it is, the projects that generate enough investor money to make it into a movie theater or get a season or two on Netflix typically have to check a lot of boxes that all lead to the same goal: mass appeal. Anime doesn't have mass appeal, at least not in the same way. And Dan certainly doesn't. It's not for everyone. It's goofy. It's needlessly complicated. It's sometimes pretty stupid, often hilarious, occasionally touching, and always, always, always strange. If you're into that flavor of weird, you'll probably be into this series, but maybe you won't. I wasn't, at least at first. I found the characters annoying and the plot overly random. But eventually, I started to feel like there was something really special happening with this series. The more chapters I read, the more this feeling grew. Before long,
Meanwhile,
I started
Western media isn't for anyone.
to really enjoy this series' weird rhythm. Every beat in this story seems to be leading to a new gag, a new fight, a new cast member, or sometimes all three. Arcs vary wildly in subject matter and stakes. Some of my favorite examples include an arc that stretches a traditional haunted house storyline to its absolute breaking point, and a different storyline involving a fight with an acrobatic spirit that really evolves into a surprisingly effective tearjerker. Seriously, this story is less than 20 chapters into the manga and is absolutely devastating. If you end up giving this manga a try, at least make it to this panel. You'll be glad you did. Dan has this neat way of framing its ever-expanding story by often returning its characters to the same dinner table. After most major arcs, the core cast always shares a meal. These breather chapters are a chance for enemies to become friends and friends' family. They're some of my favorite panels in the series, and to me, they're a perfect example of Yukinobu's willingness to take his most out there ideas and characters and make them feel human. And without spoiling too much, he's really good at doing this in a lot of unexpected moments. It's endearing and neat, and I wish more manga could be like it. This manga has a real empathetic eye for oddballs, and I think that's something worth celebrating. Also, at least in the US, the whole series can be read once for free using the Manga Plus app. This video isn't an ad for this service. No one paid me to talk about it or anything like that. I just like telling people about it because I think it's neat. If you want to support this channel, please consider subscribing or watching another video. I have a few different ones covering manga that you might enjoy. Either way, thank you for watching until the end. We'll talk again soon.
Alright, so that was... what's your favorite fruit? Oh, Hold on, less than 2 seconds. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. This was Track Shots and all that Dan to Dan character and Dan to Dan and the Chainsaw Man effect. Awesome. So I'll see you guys next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, and also give a follow if possible. Laters. All right. What's your favorite fruit? Do I have a favorite fruit? I do like grapes. Grapes are fun. Green grapes. Grapes are my favorite. I guess that you consider, is that considered a fruit? Yeah, it's considered fruit. I don't think I've seeds in them. I think it's only considered fruit when there's a seed in it. Okay, so here is Bahan. We have done videos of him before. This is the greatest manga no one talks about. Have we seen this?
The loss is staggering. Over 4,000 Pennsylvanians die each year from fentanyl.
Currently, as we speak, it would be probably...
Ironikai. I made smash burgers, LOL.
Smash burgers, let's go. It'll probably be New Orleans vinegar and salt chips. I actually like that. That actually tastes really good. Yeah, I think it's New Orleans. Alright, guys, let me know if we did this video. I feel like we did, but I'm not sure. So this is Bahan, the greatest manga no one talks about. So let's see.
This is the greatest feeling ever. Not being able to put a story down is simply what I live for when reading manga. So I found 5 outstanding series that you probably haven't read. And
using commands like
well,
donation and
they ruined my entire sleep schedule because I stayed up until 5 a.m. multiple times reading them.
In the shelves.
But the best part of all is that they're all great for entirely different reasons. Like, one is stupidly hilarious, one will have you scared to be alone at night, and one will have you thinking about everything that has gone wrong in your life. Now I'll be yapping about all of the beautiful things I didn't love, and whatever other fuzzy, tingling feelings I felt when reading.
I think we've seen this.
So enough messing around, let's just dive into the first series.
Yep, we've seen this. I remember that. Yep, we've seen this. Hold on. Let's just say you under system control.
Fights.
Okay, how about this one? This is from
Ryaga Samurai.
Oh, some Kichan.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from Kichan, the guy who was talking about toxic genres last time, about what was it, manifesting something, I don't know, something about energy systems, but hopefully this won't go left. This was made 13 days ago, so it's pretty new.
Eating up all the videos, sir, LOL.
Yep.
Fights. In anime, there are fights you remember happened, then there are fights you never forget. A good fight isn't just a series of hand-drawn keyframes. It isn't just a sequence of banger OSTs and poorly selected grunting noises. A good fight represents the climax a narrative has been building towards. It grips you, baits your breath as you watch flesh pound flesh, men gush bodily fluids, and heartfelt emotions and carnal desires burst out in an aura. It appears my words have been dangerously lacking in pause.
What the hell?
I accidentally began describing the fights the homies and I have in bed when I try kiss them goodnight, but I promise I've got everything straightened out now. For the past few years now, there's been a shift in the general perception of battle shonen. 15 years ago, they were the only anime people cared about, the titans sweeping across the West, radically birthing filthy weebs and unwashed otakus, introducing them to the gospels of flashing colors and man moans. Today, they aren't respected at all. Sure, Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen, and Chainsaw Man are still doing crazier numbers than any non-shonen, but the ways people talk about them have changed. Haters will tell you Demon Slayer is carried by its animation, but when did having stellar production quality become a bad thing?
That's a good
question. No one takes X-Arm seriously, and recommending Ranking of Kings or Made in Abyss to anyone male is next to impossible. So why drag down the series, making use of their resources to pump out the best product possible? Because there's a difference between a truly good fight and a bunch of pretty colors, and that's what I'm going to break down today. But for me to do so, I'll have to start by explaining why fights are important at all. Conflict. A vital component to every story that helps engage the audience in the journey of the characters is conflict. Whether it takes the form of a battle between artists or intellects, battle against nature, battle against society, or battle between forces, obstacles that try to prevent the characters of a story from achieving their goals are essential in making it a worthwhile experience. These obstacles can take many forms: rival sports teams, the zombie apocalypse, law enforcement, prospective mother-in-law who doesn't think you're good enough, or in today's case, superhumans. These difficult to overcome challenges are what provide tension in a story. They make us wonder whether or not the characters can really achieve their goals, and if so, just how exactly they'll manage it. That's the part that makes a story interesting. Seeing the deadbeat failed YouTuber blow up and prove to his lady's family that he can take care of her. Seeing the teamwork and skills a bunch of teenagers sacrificed their youth to hone, help them win out against impossible odds and accomplish what no one but they believed they could. Seeing the police let your favorite drug dealer slip out of their fingers so his empire can live on. Okay, maybe that last one isn't as wholesome, but that just proves that conflict is what we consume any story for. How will he figure out who killed the Lord of the Manor? How will they keep their manga from getting cancelled by Shonen Jump? How will they win this fight? Fights are important because they're the method of conflict resolution in battle anime, and now that we know their purpose, we can figure out what makes them good. First, technical proficiency. Half of this is the sights and sounds. Are the visuals clear? Does the audio add depth? Is there visual storytelling to teach you about the characters through their body language? Is the fight impressive to look at and engaging with its cinematography and direction? If you can turn your eyes away and do something in the background while the scene unfolds, the production didn't make you go, wow. The other half of this is the selection of techniques and abilities by the fighters. No one enjoys a murder mystery where the case is solved with information the detective got off screen, and the same goes for fights. Think Hajime no Ippo. Between every fight, Ippo does his homework on his next opponent. He forges his body while his coach instructs him on what techniques he needs to master if he wants a fair shot at victory. Here's how you approach a flicker jab. Here's how you adjust your guard. Here's how you shatter the ribs of whichever sorry sack of flesh has to fight you. There's a game plan and his tools are out in the open for us to see. The thing is, game plans are easy to follow till you get punched in the face. We know what Ippo's capable of, but his opponents aren't going to stand there and take it, and they have plans of their own. Will he be able to avoid punches from a guy with longer range, long enough to get within striking distance? Will the new punches he trained even be able to connect? Will he be able to end the fight before taking any damage that might end his career? A technically excellent fight is like a dialogue, like a debate. Two fighters throw out their points and counter-arguments as the audience gets swayed from side to side, trying to decide who has the advantage, who's in control, who's winning. You want to cast a ninjutsu, I interrupt your hand signs. You can counter my attacks, so I obscure your vision to mask my approach. Grappling techniques won't work, so I turn to afterimage for a better chance at striking. A well-choreographed fight will be exciting and allow the characters to exchange their best techniques in ways that engage the viewers without confusing them. You can quickly identify what the fighters are trying to do and make your own estimations about whether it will be successful. Everything that happens makes sense, and you feel included in the moment as you compare your strategies against theirs. That careful balancing act that allows characters to try piece together the fruits of their training in a moment of truth is all the first aspect of what makes a great fight. Second, tension.
Try as you might. Until you surpass my ultimate, I will not fall into the jaws of defeat.
No matter how artistically a series of painting-like frames are
What anime
arranged,
is this?
it means
What anime is this? What the hell?
nothing without tension. Anime aside, Demon Slayer might have the best fight choreography I've ever seen in a manga. I thought it was downright incredible long before an anime was ever announced. I could only ever give it a 7 out of 10 though. Without tension, no amount of technical mastery could make a fight mean something. The fight should have narrative or emotional importance. The audience should want one side to win with all their heart, and the story should make it clear that
That's the Bird Guy anime? What the hell? It looks like a whole different anime. I didn't know it was the Bird Guy anime. That's crazy. That's crazy.
if they can't secure victory, there will be consequences. A skillful writer will make you care.
It's more grounded in realism.
Oh, I seen that one.
Weapons feel like they have weight to them.
The sad thing about that, I only got one season. Got so annoyed by that. And I believe that most of the characters was pretty realistic. Their approach of being isekai for like no reason. Well, I guess they got isekai. They was not really sure why they was there, but you know.
Make you dread the idea of losing, make you believe that a worst case scenario might just take place. Most writers aren't skillful writers. Imagine the MC has a 1v1 duel with the fate of the universe on the line. If he loses, he dies, evil wins, and it's the end of days for everyone he cares about. The stakes are high, but is this good tension? No. Establishing stakes so ridiculously high that defeat means the end of everything is as good as having no stakes at all. Tension only exists if a viewer believes that their hero can lose. You don't root for the main sports team to win because their world will end if they don't. You root for them because their worlds will end. Their grand journey is over. Their dreams meant nothing. Their efforts were wasted. All the consequences are emotional. The seniors will graduate, win or lose, and everyone will eventually have to work a 9 to 5 and pay taxes. A high school sports medal doesn't change that. But that's not what any of us think about when the Karasuno volleyball team takes the floor. We just want Hinata to fly. Even if his frame is small, he wants to have the biggest impact on the court, and we root for that, hoping his wings will take him all the way to glory. That small tangent brings me to one of the greatest fights in anime history.
Come on, you really think you'll be able to get through Gaara's defenses just by dropping a couple of pounds of weight?
Yes, fly my little orange.
Rock Lee versus Gaara. No risk of death. No main characters.
I think the final fight in Gurren Lagann is a good example of a fight like what he is talking about.
Yes, the fight between Simone and the Spiral. And that was insane.
No life-changing stakes. It's just an exam. If you lose, you can try again next year. Literally no one will be significantly affected by what happens here. No one but the fighters who decided that this would hold personal importance to them. Rock Lee can't use ninjutsu, the thing that every ninja uses to be able to do their job. He has a disadvantage that no one believes he can overcome. He wants to prove to everyone and prove to himself that they are wrong. His opponent Gaara is the exact opposite. He's a force that cannot be overcome, overflowing with power he has never had to work for. Because of his strength, he has always been an object of fear and hatred, but because of his strength, it has never mattered. He can put down those less than him whenever he wishes. In front of him is an ant among ants. In his loveless life, the only thing that has kept him going is crushing bugs like Rock Lee, but this insect fights back and challenges him like he has never been challenged before, torments him in a way he has never experienced. In a classic case of talent versus hard work, these bright young shinobi duel, and with only their ideologies on the line, a fight for the ages takes place. Kishimoto communicates to the audience through their fighting styles, Rock Lee tearing his body apart and Gaara making sure he's untouchable, just the kinds of people they are, and as initiative shifts between the characters, a story is told through how the two respond to their worldview being challenged. Ultimately, the people's champion falls, and the audience is gutted as Gaara is cemented as a terrifying force, and the idea of the main characters needing to face this creature in the future emerges, and builds further tension for the Chunin exams. Technical brilliance, narrative relevance, and emotional impact all come together for an experience a viewer doesn't know how to react to, but can't help but feel touched by. That is a good fight. Speaking of narrative relevance, that is the third aspect of a good fight. I just tried to convince you that stakes don't have to be world-changing for a fight to be tense, but if the result of the fight has no effect whatsoever on how the rest of the story progresses, it becomes hard to remain invested in otherwise masterful combat. A good fight will develop characters or permanently change the course of the story regardless of the victor. A stunning realization that you aren't as strong as you thought, the destruction of a relationship everyone thought was unbreakable, the loss of someone you weren't ready to live without. When the fate of the story hangs in the balance and change is inevitable, there's a magnetic attraction you feel draw you to the screen. Doing this well isn't easy because of the build-up required to reach such a climactic point, but there's a little cheat code writers were beating into the ground long before you were an anime fan. The tournament arc. Jobbing. The use of one character to demonstrate the strength of another. The same way you can count on Genos being disassembled by every villain Saitama is set to face, writers often turn to using established characters to provide new antagonists with fodder to showcase their ferocity. The tournament arc is the pinnacle of this practice, with the grand prize being something significant and desired by every combatant, usually money or staying alive. Tension is spread over every fight as no one can afford to lose. As the rounds progress and the remaining fighters become ever more skilled,
Justice for
technical showcases are put on display that let viewers understand the abilities of the important characters and start considering the possible scenarios that would follow either party's victory. Even more significantly, every fight is made important to the story because of the dangling carrot waiting at the end of the long road, even if the protagonist isn't involved in the fight. After seeing Rock Lee and Gaara go to war, you start trying to figure out just how anyone will find a way through Gaara's defense. When Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan are matched up, you think about how Goku wasn't even able to beat Roshi and now he'll have to go up against the villain he watched defeat the man he had trained years to beat. A web of grudges forms and makes viewers more invested in seeing the resolution. But all of this is superficial and gimmicky and is only very rarely done right. As the current point is narrative relevance, thinking about how some tournaments are just plain old boring anyway reinforces what I had to say about high stakes meaning nothing without tension, and brings me to a summary of what the last two aspects of a good fight mean when put together. Do I care who wins? What makes a fight good boils down to whether it is skillfully arranged and takes place after you've been made to care about what happens to the characters. With that being said, I could end the video here with everything important having been said, but there's a fight I can't end this video without talking about. The fight that reminded me that I can like fights. The fight that's the entire reason I've wanted to make this video for the last half year in the first place. This 7-year-old animation I took down from my channel. Truly a masterwork in constructing a narrative.
What the hell is this? What is this? Oh my god.
Just kidding.
What the hell?
Sunraku and
I need to watch this anime now.
Company versus Weathermon was meant to get this spot, but I don't think I can really talk about it without heavy spoilers, so I'll need you to comment Frontier and tell me if it's worth making a dedicated video about. What I can say for now is that Shangri-La Frontier follows excellent gamers playing an incredible game, and that comes with great tactics, abilities, and multi-layered boss battles that really draw you into the story of an interesting world you experience for the first time alongside the characters. If you're new here, this video wasn't designed to make you hit subscribe so much as keep you watching to the end because the rent is due, but I promise I have got a lineup of highly entertaining videos for you to check out after this so you can see for yourself that I'm really that guy. Thanks to the patrons Bolivar Sanchez, Kurumikata, Lucas HF, Apollo 900, Draith, Shinbo Shu, Magecrafter, and Confused Flesh Suit for helping make this video possible and giving me the pleasure of the longest shout out ever. Like the video if you liked the video. This has been Kenchan, sounding pretentious.
It's about time. Let's finish this.
Okay, she's looking extra green. Not liking that. Alright, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope to let you guys go. Thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate it very much so. Or maybe I should make her really pale. Make it pale. Nah, I kind of like the darker skin. Yeah, so like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. I hope to see you guys in the next one and a lot of great stuff. This is Kenshin, and give him a follow if you think that was fun. It was fun listening to this and interesting, and I think I'm going to watch myself that Birdman anime now. So with that said, have a great night, guys, and I'll see you guys in the next one and all that great stuff. Thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate it very much so. I'll try my best to make this work. And I've been making a lot of character design stuff for a while. I think my character designing is getting pretty
Samurai.
good.
Good video.
Good video. Let's go. Alright, so with that said, alright, later guys. Have a great night and all that great stuff. I'm out.
Ryaga Samurai. You should.
I will, I promise. Alright, I'm out. Later guys.